Welcome, everybody, to the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy meeting. Today is June 15th, 2023, and we will start with a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Leyva?
Here.
Mr. Dang? Ms. Davis?
Present.
Ms. Lehan?
Present.
Ms. Walmsley? Mr. Tong?
Present.
Okay, I think I heard him. Mr.
Yes.
Thorwald?
Present.
Ms. Nair?
Here.
We have a quorum, Madam Chair, 6 present, 2 absent.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to ask if there's any additional recusals that we need to put on the record. All right, thank you. We're going to start with 11C and related case 16A. 11C is board complaint 2022-35 against Stryker and Stryker Orthopedics. 16A is a resident manufacturer renewal or permit application. Mr. Hyber, I think, is going to give us a summary of this case. And Mr. Rain is here, it looks like, as well.
Good morning, board members. How's everyone today? All right, we'll get started with this. 11C, complaint number 2022-35. We have 2 respondents involved with this particular complaint. I think it's also tied into 16A as well. The firm has several additional permits open for review. This story goes back a ways to a company called Wright Medical Technologies. Wright was acquired by Stryker, and Wright was in a location different than the Stryker facility that's involved in this particular complaint. Wright Medical Technologies relocated into the Stryker facility. The Stryker facility had some additional room, and so as a relocation requires a reinspection of the new location. So that inspection was held. And while I was doing that inspection, I noticed, wow, 99% of this building had some activity in it. And boy, I had never seen, I wasn't familiar with that facility ever having a permit. And I really wasn't sure, and neither was the individual that I was with that day was really sure, whether they had a permit or not. I pretty much knew that they didn't have one just based upon a quick look in our board database. But, sometimes companies have different names, DBAs and stuff. So I might have missed them. So what I observed, though, required some follow-up because they were putting like nuts and bolts and all this hardware into metal trays that had holes in them. And what we found out later is those were items that that side of the building was distributing to practitioners, orthopedic surgeons. And they were things that you use when you're doing a hip replacement or a knee replacement. And but again, not being sure which permit that they needed, we held some meetings, a number of meetings with the Stryker individuals that we had met that day. And it turned out that Stryker had many different divisions. So it was really kind of a spider web. Took us a while to figure out who would be the right person to talk to. Meanwhile, while that was underway, we received a complaint. The complaint alleged, and that's really when this complaint was open, the complainant alleged that the facilities were operating long-term operations without the appropriate permit. We eventually arrived at a decision. We provided that to Stryker, these are the permits you need. And then I think Stryker, meanwhile, had gone through some type of reorganization of their compliance division. And they realized, yeah, we need to look at what permits we have across the whole broad book of business. And so I think that's where 16A comes into play because they said, hey, we got to start applying for these permits. We need them. And so that's really where we're at today. We had some reports run, and I believe you have a link to the data sets of product that was distributed out of those facilities. We ran like a 2-year. I think I asked them for about a 2-year, or no, I'm sorry, from September 1, 22, it looks like to February 20th of 23. So a total of 1,842,000 and some change items distributed by the Phoenix facility. And then the Tucson facility that's involved in the complaint did about almost 350,000 items. So again, you can look at it several different ways. You can say, hey, the whole time frame, or you can make it shorter, make a shorter time frame, because we knew about it, and we weren't able to give them an exact answer to what permit they needed until we found out more information about exactly what their business model was. But the bottom line is they were distributing for a time period, without the appropriate permits.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Hyber right now? Okay, Mr. Rain, would you like to respond?
Thank you. Michael Rain on behalf of Stryker Corporation. On the Zoom call, we should have Mr. Nick Alexander from Stryker. He's division counsel. He's leading the project for Stryker to unravel this tangled web, the spider web, as Inspector Hyber mentioned. I just want to confirm, Nick, are you on the Zoom?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. I think Inspector Hyber hit on some of the key points, which is there is a massive 50-state licensing project that Stryker began back in 2022 or 2022. And while they were in the middle of that, they engaged SLS, State Licensing Services, to go state by state, look at the business operations and determine which permits were required, whether they're non-resident permits, resident permits, virtual manufacturing, even pharmacy permits across the country, and ultimately determined that there were literally hundreds that at least arguably should be acquired. As Inspector Hyber noted, their business doesn't necessarily fit any particular category depending on the various divisions. It's not always clear if they need a permit, which permit they need, where they fit. So after a lot of work with SLS, they pretty much developed their plan. Okay, we need literally hundreds of licenses around the country. How are we going to go about doing that? Because as you can imagine, you have non-resident permits that have to follow first getting the resident permits, and it's just a bit of a maze that they're going to have to navigate. And Arizona in particular was one of the first states where they had decided we're going to start in these states, and Arizona was one of them. And they had begun submitting applications, and that's what you have, partially on your agenda today. But at the same time, as Mr. Hyber noted, a complaint came in, and as the board reviewed the application, staff did, they also clued in on the different divisions and the related entities and the potential unpermitted activity. So it brought Arizona to the forefront. Although it was intended to be one of the first states, it became essentially the first state by those events occurring. And so having seen the board and how it resolves the unpermitted activity, typically when there's some nuance, you tend to delegate it over to the director to consider the circumstances and come to terms on a consent agreement or a non-disciplinary civil penalty. And so we reached out to the director and to Mr. Hyber, and we provided them the list of all the Arizona licenses. And we let them know, because having been an assistant AG a long time, I knew it would be a bit of a document dump to have 29 total licenses. That's what's going to be pending in Arizona. These two that are on your agenda, plus 27 additional non-resident licenses. Didn't want to just drop those off one day at the door and say, surprise, And in your last meeting, when Stryker was on the agenda, we also didn't want to come in and deal with these two issues and ignore the bigger project. So we asked for that continuance. We engaged in that discussion with the director and Mr. Hyber, and we provided them the data sets that he referenced. And we tried to see if we couldn't come to terms on something that we would propose to the board in this meeting, rather than having you vote to delegate it back over to him. And unfortunately, maybe because I don't know why, but the director basically, we got to the end of that discussion. He said, we'll take it to the board. And so that's where we are today. But ultimately, despite the complexity and the volume, I mean, as you hear, 1 million units, I don't know how many people have heard. I'd heard of Stryker, and I'm a litigator. I'm not a pharmacist attorney. I'm just a litigator, but I'd heard of Stryker. I know it's a household name. So it shouldn't really be a surprise that there's that level of volume. It's a publicly traded, company that does business in every state. And so we see the nuance there, that this isn't one you can say, oh, there was 5 shipments, therefore here's your penalty. It's not that simple. So despite all that, we're still here in the same place. And I still think this is a pretty simple case. We have unpermitted activity, but no other apparent issues with these permits. I mean, there's not past discipline. There's not someone with felonies. It's nothing. It's this simple issue of unpermitted activity. And so I guess to cut through it all, Stryker's request is really twofold. Number one, first and foremost, they would like to have these licenses issued, the 2 on your agenda, and have the potential penalty that might arise from unpermitted activity get delegated to the director for a resolution. But and the reason is because until they get these Arizona licenses, as I mentioned, now they have Nevada waiting on some non-resident permits. But they said, let us know when Arizona's done and then come back and we'll finish your Nevada application. So we certainly, more than anything, would like the board to vote today to issue the 2 licenses and delegate to the director the power to resolve at least those 2 matters, as you have in many other cases. But also today, the second thing that Stryker hopes to obtain is your vote to delegate the remaining 27 back to the director to continue that discussion we were already having and prepare an appropriate resolution for all of those unpermitted or potentially unpermitted activities that may have occurred. Assuming, of course, in each instance that there's no other issue. I mean, if the staff found an issue with a facility or with a person, obviously that would be different. That would be pulled from the mix and it would have to come for board review. But assuming with the remaining applications, which have all been submitted and are under review, assuming that all we had was an unpermitted activity, that you could vote today to say, okay, work with them, come up with a deal. But you don't need to delay issuing these permits for the basis of this unpermitted activity. We know that's a thing. We're not going to deny, and you don't typically deny a license for that. You grant it, but then you have a resolution of the unpermitted part. And because of the mess or the maze that they have to navigate, that would be the hope, is that we could expedite the issuing of these licenses so they can go down this path further and reserve the board's jurisdiction to deal with the issues you want to deal with. And whether that's because we work it out with the director and we're done and you never have to see it again because you trust that we'll come up with something that he knows is fair and reasonable, or because we come back to you in a future meeting to present that resolution. But just to be clear, that the request would be, let's not delay the issuing of the permits in the meantime, because you don't typically refuse to issue them ultimately. And we know the issue, and we're happy to come back and have discussion about whether you agree with that resolution. But the hope would be that you issue the licenses anyway, in the meantime. So again, assuming the only issue is unpermitted activity and there's no other issue, we fully understand that some matters might have to come to the board if there was some other problem, or they didn't, have a complete application or what have you. We'll work through those. So Mr. Alexander's on the Zoom. He's here. He can discuss the massive project. He's the head of that project. As you might imagine, Stryker has, I don't know, Nick might tell you 100 attorneys, and Nick has been tasked with this. He can describe Stryker's business here in Arizona that's on the agenda, the 2 places, or its larger operation. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you for questions.
The licensing, as you said, is like a maze to work through. I'm just curious why you're doing this retroactively instead of proactively.
If I think I understand the question, is Stryker, it hasn't been hiding. It's been operating openly, and it's a household name. It's been doing business in every state. And as Inspector Hyber noted, and maybe Mr. Alexander could explain, it's got a decentralized business model. Although it's this large publicly traded corporation, it's really not a top-down organizational structure. It is more like these separate divisions and it grows by acquisition. And so as it acquires new business operations, it tends to leave those as these independent or quasi-independent standalone operations. And so as it grew and it developed its business model and it did business, it just wasn't on the radar. It is heavily regulated by the FDA. It has, team of lawyers dealing with FDA regulations on medical devices and the activity they do. So fully aware of regulation and spending massive amounts of resources on that. But until an acquisition occurred where there was a permit in place, it just wasn't on the radar. I don't know. I think too big to fail is not the right term, but it's almost like it was sitting right in front of everyone's face, every state, Stryker, and it just did not come to light. And when it did, they dedicated a lot of resources to figuring out what they needed to do. But still, until this Inspector Hyber clued in on this issue and they received a complaint, nothing, no state had contacted them about this previously. So, these business operations were long in place for years. And really, I guess the simple answer is they can't do it prospectively. They've already done the activity. So their only choice is to acknowledge, we get it. It looks like we are supposed to have a permit and we're doing that immediately. And so that's really their only choice. They can't go back in time and look ahead. Of course, now they will. Now they will. And again, last point, I don't want to be too verbose, but because of their decentralized business model, that's great. It keeps these businesses that are running local. It doesn't result in employees losing their jobs and businesses closing and getting consolidated, but it creates a big mess for licensing. So whereas a different company with a more centralized model might not need 100, 200, 300, 400 licenses around the country because they're going to consolidate operations, Stryker just isn't that way. And so moving forward, of course, as it acquires new business lines of business, this would be the first thing it looks at, I'm sure.
Mr. Raden, a question for you. Thank you for that summary. So just to make sure, the asks here today are that we deal with what's in front of us, move forward, grant the license, allow through delegated authority, the director to work in conjunction with you to come to an agreement, negotiated agreement on the other shipments and grant those licenses prior to that. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes,
Okay.
That's it. And
You outline it perfectly. That is literally what does take place. What is different though with it is typically the negotiation takes place, the agreement takes place, the consent is drawn up and the license is granted upon signing of the consent and payment. So, and I'm not being flippant, but I want to know why it should be different for your situation.
there's one reason is, personally, at least, my position is, and I've been, on the other side of this table for a decade, and I've personally had concerns that a lot of matters come to this board that would never result in the denial of a renewal or the denial of a license, and yet matters wait months to come to the board for you to issue a $250 non-disciplinary civil penalty to someone and then issue the license, whereas you could have issued that penalty at any time. You don't lose your jurisdiction to go and address potential violations merely because you do something you were going to do anyway. So I guess that's more of a personal issue for me, that I think, you might want to reconsider that broadly. But also Stryker isn't going anywhere. Like I said, household name, publicly traded corporation. I don't think you should have any concern that Stryker is going to fade into the dark and disregard an order. And of course, if we don't come to an agreement with the director, it's coming back to you because we couldn't reach an understanding. And so, the idea that you would wait until the payment of a penalty, and as I think about it, that may be no big deal. Assuming we work on an understanding and we reach an agreement, then that can happen quickly. My concern, I guess, would be that if it doesn't happen quickly, that we'll have, maybe months or 2 months, or we have to go to the next board meeting, and now we're 2 months further down the road before they can now move on to other states and start navigating that maze. So I definitely understand what you're saying.
Follow-up question, does Stryker send anything, distribute anything that is unique to them that patients need that they can't get elsewhere?
I might defer to Mr. Alexander on that. I know that the Arizona operation, the sustainability operation is a unique concept where they are using, taking single-use medical devices and refurbishing, reprocessing them for additional use. That's where the sustainability word comes from. But Nick, if you'd like to address Stryker's impact, I guess, in the medical industry in Arizona and broadly, that would be helpful.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for hearing us this morning. Mr. Rain is correct with regard to the 2 locations for which Stryker's seeking the home state application. Those are our Stryker Sustainability Solution businesses, the business. And that is a business that reprocesses single-use devices and provides them back to healthcare facilities at a reduced price, and it's aimed at avoiding medical waste and also providing care at a lower cost for our healthcare customers. And that, though it isn't unique, Stryker is the market leader and was one of the main innovators in that area. The competitors in that specific segment are quite a bit behind Stryker, and so if Stryker were not in that industry, there would be a large gap in the marketplace. The other products and services that Stryker provides are the spectrum is extremely wide, and so it's difficult to sit in a meeting today and tell you that we have uniqueness across our product lines, but we are the market leaders in almost every segment that we operate in, be they implants or capital equipment or other products that the business sells. And so the absence of Stryker in those marketplaces would have a material impact on our customers and on the healthcare industry.
I have a question for board staff. The applications that they've submitted for these permits, are they complete? Are there any problems with them?
So the application we have on 16A, the concern is the unpermitted shipping, as Mr. Hyber described.
And I'll add that the Stryker Orthopedic located in Tucson, which is on this complaint, has passed substantive review. The only holdup was obviously the prior activity without a permit. And the Cotton Center facility, it had a permit only for a portion of it. So, I mean, all we need to do is just, that permit covers the whole building now, rather than a small subset. So we don't need to do anything there. They just have to resolve come to an agreement on their consent.
But then in the queue, how many are lined up after that?
Refer to the boss.
High 20s to 30, 28 to 30 permits. I would have to check to be sure.
And pass substantive review? They've gone through the review process?
Not all of them.
And Madam Vice President, I'll just chime in. They're 2 to 3 weeks or so. They haven't been pending that long. So it wouldn't surprise me if some of them did have administratively incomplete issues that need to be resolved, but they're relatively fresh.
I find it pretty impressive that Stryker was able to grow to the size that it is without the required permits, or knowing that they required these permits. I don't really understand how that could happen, but now we're at a place that we have to find a way to move forward. I'm not opposed to your solution of working with the executive director to come up with some sort of consent agreement for a civil penalty or a fine of some sort. And I don't see a reason to hold up the 2 permits that are on the table right now, because I don't imagine that Stryker has stopped shipping things to doctors' offices. So we'd rather them do it with a permit than without and wait for some sort of administrative hold. I don't know if there's any other questions or discussion.
Yeah, just an opinion here. I'm in favor of the delegated authority negotiation to come up with something, but I'm not in favor of granting the license prior to the consent and prior to the fine being paid. This is an amplified case here and it's a big hitter, but think about the technician who we do a $50 fine, $250 fine, and we say license will be granted upon renewal, upon payment. It just doesn't set well with me. I didn't hear enough on a unique medical device that Arizona needs to say that we should go forward with that. And that's my opinion. But I do think Dr. Ghani and team are capable of coming up with a approach to these that once the review is done, should be standardized and pretty quick per claim to get out the door. I understand why he brought it before us because of the sheer volume of it. We've not seen in the millions before like that. So I totally get why it's sitting in front of us. But that's my opinion.
I just have a comment. I agree with what you're saying. I don't think it's a good precedent. I'm also wondering, are we basically setting them up to continue unpermitted though? Because
Are we assuming they're still shipping? I haven't heard that. What's going on there?
They are.
And if I may, Madam Chair, there is one application on the table today, which is 16A. I know we've discussed 2, but there is one application for board review.
Madam Chair, my only concern in all of this is that, as you said, it does set a precedent, as one of the other members said, and that would have applications down the road. And certainly this has not been the way that the board has done things for other parties in the past. I don't think it's a good precedent to set. And I agree that it's certainly going to have a broad impact, but I don't believe a critical impact from what I've seen so far that's been explained to us. So I would support the position of Joe in this.
And then the giant issue now is we know that they're still shipping. That's a concern.
Mr. Alexander, how many employees does Stryker have in the state of Arizona?
I'm not aware. I can gather the information about the number of employees in the state of Arizona, but I don't have that specific level of detail. I'm sorry.
Do you have an approximation?
Less than 1,000, but more than 100.
So my recommendation would be allow the executive director to move forward with how we have outlined upon payment of the permit holder to grant the license. And it is my opinion, anything since the applications have been submitted and continue shipping, I would like to handle those separately, because I don't know how you just decide to keep shipping when you know you shouldn't be. So that would be my concern would be to move forward with that, open a complaint on knowing that you were doing something wrong to break the law and continuing.
I concur with that.
how would you propose that we handle that? Open another complaint?
first motion as outlined for executive director and then put a complaint.
That include approving the application that's before us today
If there's no fine
upon
tied to it.
payment. Yeah,
How long do you think it would take to negotiate an agreement between the parties? How long does that typically take?
It's on the parties.
Depends on the parties, and unfortunately, I am out on a conference next week, so the first opportunity for us to start having discussion would be the week after next. And we can get that on the calendar.
I totally understand where you guys are coming from, but at the same time, there's going to be 1,000 people, these companies in the state of Arizona that I assume aren't going to be able to go to work to
We
do
don't-
their job because the company is barred from shipping to doctors' offices.
I'm not sure we know that.
I don't think that's the decision that has been made. A complaint has been opened to address their continued non-compliance with statute by shipping. The board has not issued, a cease and desist or requested an injunction.
Okay, Joe, so you did make a motion? Does anyone want to second?
I'll second.
Do a roll call.
Yeah, let's do a roll call.
Mr. Leyba?
Aye.
Ms. Davis?
I,
Ms. Lehan?
Aye.
Mr. Tong?
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald?
Aye.
Ms. Snare?
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
thank you. So to move on to 16A. The resident permit application, I assume at this point, we're going to table that.
I thought we talked about approving it upon the consent agreement signed and paid.
Okay, so we've taken care of that one.
I thought it was part of that motion.
Probably good.
I would clarify that the permit, assuming that everything else is appropriate, is approved, the application is approved, and the permit would be issued upon receipt of the civil penalty negotiated with the parties in the first motion.
Perfect. Would anyone like to make that their motion?
I make it my motion.
Second.
All right,
Just one more point of discussion is, did you want the consent agreement brought before the board for consideration, or would you be comfortable?
I'm comfortable with a successful, if
negotiated.
we have a agreeable negotiation to move forward.
I think the only
If we
thing I would
have
add is.
disagreement, then in front of the board.
Only thing I would add is that I would then get the approval from the chair upon finalizing the negotiation.
I agree.
Okay,
I would add to my motion then that we give this to the director to work out the details.
okay, I have a motion in a second. All those in favor?
Oh, we need a modification on the second. I modified my motion.
All right, would you like to?
Modify my second.
Okay. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you very much.
And then it was there a motion to open a complaint?
Okay, we're going to move on to 14C, which is an opening inspection deviation request made by Coolidge Pharmacy. Is anyone from Coolidge Pharmacy present?
Hi, Madam President, this is Vera Viradia representing the Coolidge Pharmacy. Sorry, I couldn't make it in person to the meeting, but I'm going to represent the pharmacy on this Zoom meeting today.
Okay, thank you for being here. We're going to hear from Mr. Castaneda for a summary first.
Good morning, board members. Compliance Officer Ben Castaneda. So this deviation request was a result of the overall rating of an opening inspection of Coolidge Pharmacy. On 4/27, I inspected the pharmacy and I noted the following areas as unsatisfactory. The size of the pharmacy being less than the minimum requirement, a lack of an enclosed barrier from floor to ceiling, and no running hot water. In addition, there were other areas noted as compliance pending. Some of those have been resolved over emails and some of them are still outstanding. I did inform the owner of the pharmacy that she would need to submit a deviation request for the size of the pharmacy, and that request was received on 4/18. And the few outstanding issues, we are still an enclosed barrier, no hot running hot water, because I've not been contacted for reinspection yet, as well as there's not been a PIC assigned to the pharmacy, and they're lacking a separate and distinct consultation area.
Thank you very much. Trying to find your last name.
You can call me Vera.
Just to follow up, you said the outstanding things that are still in play are the size, the barrier for safety, and hot water and consultation area.
Correct. That, as well as there's not a big PIC assigned yet.
Thank you. Vera, would you like to make a statement?
Sure. First of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to represent my case today in front of the Board of Pharmacy meeting. So Ben was very helpful during the inspection. He explained me, like I'm basically from Texas, moving to the Arizona. So some rules was like I wasn't aware of it, and I'm so sorry about that. But Ben was very helpful to explain everything. So the major issue was I'm filing this deviation form is the size of the pharmacy. The minimum requirement by the Board of Pharmacy is 300 square foot. Our pharmacy, Coolidge Pharmacy area, it is like 230 square foot, including processing area and drug stocking area, which is like around 70 square foot less than the requirement. So we like, Coolidge is very, very small town, you know, and we are not sure how much the business we're gonna get it there. So we are ready to expand in the future, you know, but right now we are planning to just operate this pharmacy with one pharmacist on duty, and down the road, if we need, hiring another technician, you know. But I really appreciate if board can consider, like, it's just 70 square foot less the area, and considering the small town, we don't know how much business we're gonna get it, and we are ready to expand in the future once we get more business, you know. The benefit of bringing the community pharmacy in Coolidge area, like I visited Coolidge farm area like several times, you know, to observe like what kind of population and all that is there. It's very small town, and I see like 2 or 3 chain pharmacy only, but there is no independent pharmacy, you know. By bringing the independent pharmacy in Coolidge town, it will definitely help the community by saving and getting a cheaper cost medication, and by getting a better customer service, free deliveries for the older age people and all that. So I'm just requesting here if board can grant the permission, you know, and we are ready to expand if we get more business and more volume on the area. Second thing was like few issues Ben told me about the hot water, which we have already taken care of it, but I haven't informed the Ben because I was thinking once we get this deviation done and all other fixed issue, we can ask him to come and inspect the site again altogether, so he does not need to make a trip again and again, you know. So hot water issue was like the setting was down, which we increased it, and it is resolved. The barrier, we have already, our constructor guy already started working on that barrier, and the consultation area, we have assigned the separate consultation area. Whatever Ben suggested us, we have already started working on that. And final issue was the PIC. So PIC also I have on board. He is not here today in a meeting because of his health issue. His name is Kevin Farrell. If you need his license number and all that, I can definitely email it to you guys, you know, very soon.
Thank you for that. Board members, any questions?
Have you addressed all of the outstanding things? Have you, well, number one, have you put in a waiver for the size of your pharmacy, a request with the board.
So the deviation request form, right? Waiver means? Yeah, yes, it was submitted on 18th, 4/11/2023.
Board, if I may. The deviation request form is on page 2391, I believe. And I also wanted to bring to your attention the actual measured square footage of the pharmacy from my inspection on page 2392. The actual square footage that I measured in the pharmacy was roughly about 157 square feet. The actual square footage that's stated on the deviation request includes the square footage behind a bank vault, which would be drug storage normally.
Thank you for that. Vera, what sort of prescriptions are you intending to fill at this pharmacy?
So this pharmacy is inside the building of a family care doctor. And we have one dermatologist next door, one dentist and pediatrician. It's on the same line, so we are expecting to get that kind of prescriptions. And also we're gonna market to if there is any older age community, like, 65 and above, as we can provide the free deliveries. So we're gonna accept whatever business we can get and help the community. And there is the area is like, we have a huge waiting area shared with the other clinic, which in the future, if needed, we can expand our pharmacy and separate them from the clinic too,
So my next question is, have you designated a pick?
Yes. His name is Kevin Farrell, and I can provide his license number in email if needed.
I'm not sure our options here with the 157 square foot pharmacy. Obviously, that wouldn't be enough space for very many employees. But is it an option to grant the deviation request with a requirement to come back to the board in a year and see what the business model is? Because if they've grown exponentially and now have 4 employees or something, we would have to do something different.
I mean, you would have the option to grant that deviation. You could have her come back prior to including any additional or onboarding any additional employees. I think we still have the issues outstanding. There hasn't been a reinspection, so we don't know the status of the other issues that were notified.
Pending reinspection.
That would be another
Yes.
option, yes.
But recommendation, I think the form should be filled out correctly before we approve.
So sorry to interrupt, but yeah, we are taking care of the other outstanding issues. And once it's done, I'm gonna call Ben and have him inspect again before he grants the permission, This is just, I'm requesting a board on this deviation, so then we can move forward and plan accordingly,
Also, just a comment, your definition of Arizona Board of Pharmacy, I would revisit that. It doesn't look complete in your policies,
Okay.
page 2412.
So I think that my recommendation would be to update your deviation request form to reflect the actual square footage of pharmacy dispensing space. Make sure you've fixed all of the issues and have a reinspection. And in that case, I would be comfortable granting the permit as long as all of those conditions are met, with the expectation that if you hire any additional employees, you come before the board to reconsider the deviation request.
Reinspection at their cost, right?
Madam Chair, I have a question for staff. Does the space include the vault area?
The space that she indicated on the deviation request does include the vault area. The 157 square foot that I measured does not.
And, okay, but what are they going, you going to use the vault for? Or are they going to use that?
I believe she said it
Drugstore.
was drug storage.
Great. Is that an air conditioned?
Yes,
I meant the vault separately.
Does the vault have separate air conditioning? I'm
Don't
not
have air
sure.
conditioning
I
at
would,
all.
I would refer to the owner on that.
so it's a central air conditioning in the entire pharmacy, including the vault and the front room.
Where I was going with that, if you're storing medication in the vault and the vault is not air conditioned, then you're how you're going to control that.
Oh, no, it is centralized air conditioning. And it's not like a vault is not like a closed. You can keep it open, the door,
It's an impressive vault.
It sure is. Question for you. Then,
Thank
so
you.
you've been out, it wasn't ready at all. Okay,
Correct.
so I don't want to grant a license today without you looking at it again, because the pictures here, in my opinion, are far, far from ready. We said some things have been done, but not all of them. And then your opinion is, what was it, 100, what'd you say, 157 square feet?
157.
Take out the vault. Can you operate a pharmacy minus the vault in that square footage?
I guess it would depend on how busy they become, but it would be tight to have more than 2 people in there.
Yeah, so they wouldn't probably mathematically qualify for more than that with counter space, right? You need how many feet of counter? 3 per
3.
employee?
3.
I just don't know what that looks like. And then here's the other thing. So when we do these micro hospitals, we have a set idea of what the census of a hospital will look like. This is a retail pharmacy and it's getting pretty small for a town, and that worries me when you look at that,
Yes, I would agree.
because there's not a limit. We don't say, micro hospitals will say you got 16 beds, if you expand, the waiver is not valid. We can't do that with retail pharmacy.
Well, also, is there opportunity to expand? It looks like the waiting area is pretty large.
There is the lobby that the pharmacy shares with the clinic, and it does
Yeah.
have some open space there.
It's a shared though.
Mhm.
That's why it looks bigger.
Is there the ability to have a consultation area since the size is kind of small?
So
We- Go ahead, bro.
when Ben was there, like he suggested few ideas with me, like this is how you can do the consultation area separately. And I agreed with him. And according to his suggestion, we're gonna add another small area before the pharmacy room and then have a consultation area there separately, not in a lobby.
Would it be appropriate to table this? Well, ask reinspection and then table the request for
Just say, are you comfortable with 157? Look at the size of that door of that safe. There's some square footage behind it. Right? So subtract that. Are you comfortable with running a pharmacy with that amount of space? That's why I asked Ben. It's concerning to me, knowing what you need to run a pharmacy, and I don't see how more than 2 people, period, could be in that space, but
So as I mentioned, we're not gonna hire more than 2 people anyways. And I agree with the board, like you guys can do that. Like if we hire more people down the road, if we get busy, definitely we have to expand it. I agree with the board. There is no room for more than 2 people, and we're not gonna hire that more than 2 people right now.
Where is there extra room to expand besides the lobby area? I mean, besides the shared area?
So it is in a clinic. The pharmacy is located in a clinic, and there are some other offices that have the potential to become part of the pharmacy space.
Can we put that as a condition of the deviation request, that there is no more than 2 employees in the pharmacy?
Or a request that prior to hiring 1 or more employees, she has to come back to the board for reconsideration.
There is Madam Chair, there's a requirement in our rules that if you have any additional employees, there's 60 square feet additional needed per employee. If you're gonna grant a deviation, it's based on one employee working there. And you can work in the language saying any additional, you'll have to expand by 60 square feet.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
It's a 60 square feet requirement to have additional employees for our rules. I think she's saying that with 157 square feet, she's only having one employee.
I heard two, but
So to clarify, we're gonna start with the one pharmacist, PIC. And down the road, it depends on the business, right? Like if we get busy, we may hire one full-time or part-time technician, most likely the part-time technician, but no plan of hiring more than two right now, considering the Coolidge town is very small town.
Okay, it would be my opinion to have Vera fill out her deviation request form to reflect the actual square footage of the pharmacy, include in the deviation request that would be approved by the board that no more than two employees work in the pharmacy. And if she is going to hire more, she expands the pharmacy by 60 square foot per employee. Has a reinspection that is satisfactory, and in that case, grant the deviation request.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
I second.
All right, any other discussion?
I have a question. Because I'm not entirely sure, will adding a consultation area be included into the square footage of the pharmacy?
I think that'll depend where she has the consultation area.
So Ben, if you remember, you asked me to in a lobby, you can do the partition and add another 10 to 20 square foot and have a partition there for the consultation area. So that's what I was planning to do,
So in the lobby is not inside of the pharmacy.
No, inside of the pharmacy, sorry, on the back door, from the entry of the pharmacy door.
All right, any other discussion or questions? Would you like to take a vote?
Just one more discussion. I know during our task force meeting, Madam Chair, we addressed square footage and trying to make it a business decision versus a board decision. And obviously there's concerns here today regarding the amount of square footage a permit holder is willing to operate under. So just food for thought that we are looking to open that up.
It's helpful, thank you. All right, are we ready to take a vote? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all of your support. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna take a few-minute break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We'll start with a roll call.
Mr. Leba?
Here.
Ms. Davis,
Present.
Ms. Lehan,
Present.
Mr. Tong,
Here.
Mr. Thorwald,
Here,
Ms. Nair.
Here.
All accounted for, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to 15D, which is a non-resident pharmacy permit application from MEI Services from Atlanta, Georgia. Do I have anybody here from MEI Services?
Yes, we are here. My name is Nancy Jara. I'm the PIC.
And my name is Tatiana Devitina. I'm the Director of Compliance.
Thank you. We're going to first hear from board staff with a summary.
Thank you. Hello, members of the board. My name is Truman Leong, Compliance Officer. And before you, we have a non-resident pharmacy permit application, MEI Services Incorporated. They specialize in long-term care facilities as well as correctional facilities. We had asked the pharmacy to appear to help discuss recent discipline and currently serving a probationary status with their home state of Georgia. They had appeared previously in the February 15th and 16th, 2023 board meeting, and the board had decided to table the matter to allow compliance staff to acquire shared documents from their home state regarding previous inspections and complaint investigations. It might be helpful for the board to start off on page 3303 of the packet. That will give you the consent agreement and findings of fact from their home state. They had concluded that there were inadequate internal controls that resulted in diversion or losses, confirmed losses of controlled substances, which included 61,500 tablets of alprazolam 2 milligrams and 344 pint bottles of promethazine with codeine. They had signed the consent agreement on or about June of 2021, currently in a probationary status till June 2024. The timeline summary posted back on the original board packet includes a quick synopsis from 2012 till 2021 of different items that were of notice for controlled substance accountability and a couple of repeat findings from their home state inspection. Some of those included accepted returns of controlled substances from youth detention centers without an authorized DEA collector receptacle. They had C2 prescriptions not meeting prescription requirements of a valid order, which was a repeat finding. And they had accepted certain faxes without having the prescription requirements as well met from. The second timeline is the Georgia Drug Narcotics Agency complaint investigations, also listed from 2012 into 2022. Several of the items included a cease and desist order of controlled substances for transferring of unfilled controlled substances to another pharmacy, accepting returns of dispensed controlled substances and submitting to reverse distributors, as well as other deficiencies noted in the lack of internal controls and allowing technicians to order controlled substances without direct supervision. An interesting one, and just during the time of their probation in February 2022, the last GDNA complaint number listed, the pharmacy had submitted an additional DEA 106. That DEA 106 had a confirmed loss of 5,032 opioids, and that is listed on pages 3,000 of your board book.
Thank you for that. Ms. Jara, would you like to make a statement?
Since all of those complaints happened before I was the PIC, I think Tatiana Libitina is going to speak to these questions.
Hello, board members. I would like to address the findings that were just mentioned. The vast majority of them have been resolved. They were noted from the past years. The most recent inspection was conducted by Georgia Board of Pharmacy in November of 2021.
And we did not have any unsatisfactory notes that would be repetitive as of those that were just mentioned. In regards to the most recent 106 form that we reported on the loss of controlled substances, we had the robbery case and we filed the police report and we have an ongoing investigation. And as of right now, we don't have any specific conclusion, but we report it as required to all agencies. And we are currently, we have implemented and we are currently compliant with the policies that are strictly recommended by the Board of Pharmacy and Georgia Drugs and Narcotics Agency. And technicians have no access to ordering controls anymore. It's strictly on the pharmacist. They do not allow technicians to even process the order when it comes with the controlled substances. We have been conducting monthly physical audit down to the pill count every month. And so far, we don't have any issues.
Thank you for that. You're applying for a non-resident pharmacy permit. What sort of business do you intend to do in the state of Arizona?
We are specializing in long-term care facilities and servicing correctional institutions, adult jails or juvenile detention centers. We have a lot of experience in our home states with that, and we are marketing our services in the government sector. So for participating in the bidding process, submitting a request, RFPs, and responding to RFPs in different states, some of them are coming from the state of Arizona, and we would like to be able to participate, which does require us shipping medications to the state of Arizona, and we have to be licensed for that, otherwise respond to the RFP.
Will those shipments include controlled substances?
As long as we are allowed by the license in the state of Arizona to ship them, then it's a yes. We are currently holding a valid DEA license, which has no restrictions, even after we reported these losses back in 2019 and 2022. Not 2021, I'm sorry. And we have no restrictions. We renewed our DEA license in January, and it's valid until 2025. And right now, as long as Board of Pharmacy in the state of Arizona would allow us to ship it, then yes, we will include that.
Do you have any other licenses in any other non-resident states besides the Arizona permit that you're looking to acquire?
We're currently licensed in state of Georgia as a home state and 9 other states, including permissions for controlled substances. Illinois, Mississippi, just 2 of them, and South Carolina is the 3rd one that requires separate registration for controlled substances. And we keep them active, and we apply for renewal in the proper timeline, and we respond to all requests and report everything timely.
And Ms. Jara, how long have you been the PIC?
I have been the PIC since early 22. I got licensed in the state of Mississippi because we do business there in January or February of 22, I believe, and that's when I became the PIC.
There's a lot of information in our board book regarding controlled substance violations spanning over 10 years. However, they are all under the control of a PIC that is not you. So looks like the same 3 pharmacists were involved in the running of the business for that entire time. So I can understand changes that have been made since you took over in 2022 and that there hasn't been any issues since then. Do any board members have any questions or concerns?
Yes, I have a quick question. Has ownership stayed the same throughout this period?
Yes.
Thank you.
And this may be already in our books, but is there any other discipline from the other states regarding the probation that you're on or anything along those other lines?
There is currently an open case in front of Pennsylvania Board of Pharmacy. Not because there are any violations, but because they were following the disciplinary action from the state of Georgia. The case is pending, and I just checked yesterday the license verification page on Pennsylvania Board of Pharmacy website, and it shows no disciplinary actions for the license. So the license is still active and no disciplinary actions attached to that, but the case is pending.
And then with you being on probation currently, is that something that you'll be able to bid in for the government contracts in Arizona?
Our license operationally is not restricted in any way. It is a disciplinary action. We paid the fine, and we have 1 more year of probation according to the consent order. And it's up to the organization that holds the bid if it's going to be a no, if our license is on probation, but we are not hiding that information. And we submit a letter of standing of our license from the Georgia Board of Pharmacy with all the documents, which clearly states that the license is current. We're not hiding it. But we have no restrictions operationally. We still can purchase controlled substances of all schedules and non-controlled medications and dispense them according to prescriptions. And practically 100% of our prescriptions are coming electronically. Definitely everything for controlled substances is electronically received directly from facilities. We have no walk-ins. We do not service retail patients at all.
Thank you for that information.
I have one other question. Does the owners of this entity own any other pharmacies through any other corporate entities they may have, or have any other pharmacies in any relationship directly or indirectly throughout the country?
No, he doesn't. And he used to have other pharmacies, but they all were sold. And right now, MEI Services is the only pharmacy owned by that person.
Thank you.
In our board book, page 3304, it details inadequate internal controls with very large losses, referring to the alprazolam and the promethazine. What was taking place during that time? I see that you've mentioned that it's been corrected, but what was taking place during that time?
We did our internal investigation, and it turned out that it was an internal diversion, employee dishonesty, and the employee was immediately fired. And we installed the control safe with the time control and individual codes for each pharmacist. And it has a schedule control for all controlled substances. So we keep all control medications in there, not just C2s. And as I mentioned, we do physical recount every month. And so far, we have not had any discrepancies. Everything is accounted for, and that's a strict control. We also added surveillance system in the pharmacy and around the pharmacy area and hallway and around the perimeter of the building. We also have some internal verifications of, I would say, employees' behavior. We are checking surveillance recording. It goes to the cloud, and we are able to check what they're doing. We keep it under control. And as verification of the employees themselves, it goes through OIG website and SAMS system. If anybody has been involved in any inappropriate activity, these people will be absolutely terminated. But we do monthly verification.
Any other questions? It seems to me that they've made a lot of changes to ensure the controlled substances are adequately controlled, and I don't have any issues with this non-resident permit.
I'm concerned about the pattern over the number of years, same ownership as Member Thorwald asked the question, got the answer. Do we have the last Georgia inspection? There's so much here, I'm having a hard time finding it because it starts so early. And then I'd like to see that. And then historically, this board has not done reciprocal discipline on items that happen in other states unless it involved controlled substances. We have a permit in front of us that is still 1 year for probation under, if you look on your opening page, everything involved a controlled substance, and it's concerning to me there. So I do have concerns on this one, and at minimum, in my opinion, there should be a mirror of the consent agreement, including the probation, if granted. Now, the discrepancies continued, and then there's a robbery, and then the robbery had a cloud of confusion over it. If you looked at that as well, red flag after red flag, all around controlled substance.
That's my same concern.
I'm in agreement with you as well.
Would you like to make a motion?
Well, I can take a try at this. I would like to perhaps grant the permit, placing it on a probation mirroring the Georgia requirements. Is there anything else within those requirements that you see besides the probation?
I'd recommend a copy of the last inspection, and if it's satisfactory and no controlled substance losses, the ED could look at that.
And then I would like to add that additional information just stated.
All right, would anyone like to second?
Still on the fence if I want to approve the permit, so I'm not sure.
Could we bring those items back to us then and revisit this? Maybe at the next meeting, get the most recent information from the Georgia board, the most recent visit, and make sure that everything seems to be in alignment for an additional verification.
I think the most recent inspection, they said it was in November of 2021, if I remember right. And I would imagine it's in here. There's just, 3,000 pages of documents related to this case. So I couldn't tell you what page it is on.
Yeah, there's one on page 2,552, September 2021. That was the last one that was shared with us. And there is also a different division or licensing agency. So they have the Georgia Drug Narcotics Agency, which is mostly what was helpful in this particular review, and also the Georgia Home State Board of Pharmacy. So if you want to clarify which documents, we can try to help provide for you.
When was your last inspection by the Georgia Board of Pharmacy?
I think it was November
Which year?
2021. We are kind of due for the next inspection, but we are ready anytime.
2021. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's usually biannual.
I would like to see if Georgia has had any additional inspections by any other of the agencies. If they did, what those reports were.
Okay. We will reach out to Board of Pharmacy and request an inspection.
So page 2553. That you're saying that's the last inspection that we know of?
Yes.
Because if we're looking at this as well, it does talk about some red flags in this. specifically uses the word red flags. And talks about controlled substances. Nothing really addresses, well, some of this addresses the history, but nothing really is making me feel comfortable with it.
Upon further review, I'd like to rescind my motion.
I'll make a motion to deny the permit.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. I think we probably need a roll call here.
Could you be a little more specific on the grounds upon which the denial is?
Due to the discipline in another state.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Lebo?
Aye.
Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Ms. Lehan?
Aye.
Mr. Tong?
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald?
Aye.
Ms. Snare?
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you for letting us present our case.
Okay, we're gonna go to 19C, non-resident manufacturer permit application from Pharmasol from Massachusetts. Do we have anybody with us from Pharmasol?
Yes,
Please introduce yourself.
Mark Padilla, President of Pharmasol.
Good morning, Sandy Sutcliffe, Compliance Officer. On this application, they disclosed 483 observations with their most recent FDA inspection in 22 and an FDA warning letter from 2019 from a 2018 inspection. Compliance Officer Dodge requested and received the responses to the 2022 inspection and the warning letter. She also prepared a summary for you of the 9 observation areas from the 22 inspection and noted the 5 which were repeat observations. She indicated the applicant had never been inspected by the Massachusetts Department of Health and no disciplinary actions were found.
Thank you for that. Mark Badia, would you like to make a statement?
Yes, that's Massachusetts does not inspect the facilities for manufacturing of drug products or medical devices. This is an FDA inspection, which all of those observations were corrected.
Can you describe your business practice for us?
Yeah, we're a contract manufacturer that manufactures products for other marketers and small businesses and small and large businesses. We primarily specialize in aerosol manufacturing. We manufacture personal care, medical devices, and pharmaceutical products. We follow GMPs and that comply with Part 211, 210, and also 820, which is for medical devices. We've been around for 50 years.
Do you manufacture sterile or non-sterile products?
Non-sterile products.
Thank you. Do any board members have any questions?
Can you go through what steps you took to correct the observations from the FDA?
Yeah, a lot of the steps that were noted, most of the steps that were done as a repeat the 3 main ones that come to mind is we they said that we didn't inspect, that we didn't fully investigate an occurrence, when we had some sort of deviation. We didn't fully investigate all of the lots. We investigated some of the lots, and then not all the lots were included. And so that's what one of the observations was. And when they came back, they wanted to make sure that that we continued going back in time to make sure that everything was investigated properly. And it's taken us a while, and so that was why it was a repeat, because we hadn't completed the corrective actions that we said that we were going to do. The second one was that we didn't have specifically a statement as to what the quality unit was involved in, what their responsibilities were. We since have, it's just an SOP change where we actually made sure that the quality unit was specifically highlighted as being the authority for all quality issues that we might have encountered. And the third one, which I think is the most grievous one, has to do with the inspector. When they initially came in, they saw that there was some residue on one of the tanks that was labeled clean. We then went through a major corrective actions associated with that regarding training and making sure that we had other people inspect and verify the information that whoever was cleaning the tanks was, therefore looked upon to make sure it was done correctly. The second time that the inspector came in, saw that there was some markings on the side of the tank. He described it as being dirty, but upon further investigation, the actual tanks were stained. And so as a corrective action, we went ahead and refurbished and polished and grinded down a lot of these tanks that might have shown somewhere from some staining of whatever product we might have had in there in the past. Again, we've been around for a long time and in a lot of different products. Might have had some sort of reactive piece to this, to the stainless steel, and maybe had some, it looked like droplet stains on the side. Since then, that's all been corrected. And then the other one was about dealing with complaints, which, they said that we had outstanding complaints that weren't fully investigated in a timely manner. And since then, we caught up with all the different complaints that we've had outstanding, and we have our program has been rectified so that these complaints that do come in, however minor they might be, that we work on them within the first 30 days that they receive them. And most of those complaints that we do get are received by our client first. They triage it first, and anything that has to do with the manufacturing related issues, then they defer them to us. But the actual customer is the one that's really responsible for those complaints, not necessarily us.
Okay, just to follow up, you touched on it a little bit. One of my concerns is that you said it took you a while to get into compliance. And in particular, do you have a couple of items that were repeated like 5 and 6 times? So I'm wondering, why does it take so long to become compliant?
It had to do with the amount of, they wanted us to go back in history a number of years. And so it has to do with really the backlog of trying to get the resources to go back in time and actually reanalyze each investigation and analyze each one of these lots that were affected. And so that is very cumbersome, and our system is paper-based, so it's really difficult to really go through many years of batch records and whatnot to, for one item that might have happened, a while ago. Anything new that we do has been investigated, has been done, but the fact that we hadn't fully done a complete review of the past is what they noted in the 483s.
How did you correct your quality control and training issues that you've had in the past?
Can you repeat that again?
How did you correct your quality control and training issues that you'd had in the past?
We updated our training matrix. We've instituted outside firms to actually train our people and to get a different perspective on the quality systems and the quality regulations that is expected of us. And also we have quality and the supervisor verify that the matrix is conformed to for each employee prior to them starting work and conducting any business that needs to be done.
Do you have any other inspections from any other agency besides the FDA?
No, we do not. I take that back. We do have our clients inspect us as well. And that's a consistent process.
I do see a lot of repeat violations, and it's hard to know. You say that they've been corrected. It's hard to know that they've been corrected since we haven't had a follow-up to the 2022 inspection or a closeout letter. Would you be willing to be inspected by an agency, like a NABP inspection, if that was an option available to you?
Yeah, I don't see an issue with that. No, I don't see an issue with that. Now, I'm not, this appearing in front of you has been somewhat of a, now I understand what this whole process and the whole hearing has been about from hearing your previous cases. I wasn't really aware as to what our role was in this whole thing, but I fully understand it now. In regards to this permit, I'm not sure if we are really, I'm not sure what I guess is for our customers, because we don't have any dealings with Arizona.
So it looks like you applied for a non-resident manufacturer permit application. So you could ship products to Arizona or be a contract manufacturer for places that ship into Arizona?
So that might be the case. It's for our customers then. Wouldn't our customers be the ones to file for this?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Are you
Excuse
a
me.
contract manufacturer?
I'm sorry?
Are you you're a contract
Yes,
manufacturer,
yes,
correct?
yes,
So
yes.
that means you have partnerships with virtual manufacturers.
We have partnerships with, we have partnerships with not virtual manufacturers, but we're, marketers and different pharmaceutical companies.
Okay, and they contract with you to make their product, and therefore the individuals that make the product also have to be permitted by Arizona.
Okay, so
does that
that's
make
where
sense?
that's why I assume now that that was the case.
I hear that Dennis has a question. Oh, no. Oh, okay, thanks. Okay, so I guess I'll make a motion to grant the application pending NABP CGMP inspection be provided to this board. Once that occurs, then we grant the application at that time
Or an equivalent, Madam Chair.
or equivalent.
So
Okay,
you're ordering that an inspection take place, and then that result of the inspection will be returned to the board. At that time, you'll consider the application?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, your motion said that you would grant the application.
Pending the results of the inspection.
Okay,
Good results of the inspection.
yeah, I would say that you would just order the inspection at this point. And then upon receipt of that, we'll consider the application.
Exactly. I will
Okay.
make that my motion.
I'll second.
Perfect. Would, any other discussion? Let's do a roll call vote.
Mr. Leba? Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Ms. Lehan?
Aye.
Mr. Tong?
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald?
Aye.
Ms. Nair? Ayes have it.
Thank you very everyone. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move on to 19D, non-resident manufacturer permit application from Fresenius Kabi doing business as Fagron Sterile Services. Do we have any representatives from Fagron here?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Will you please introduce yourselves?
Hi, my name is Deborah McHugh. Can you hear me okay? I'm the head of quality, senior director of quality for the Canton facility at Fresenius Kabi Compounding, DBA for Grand Sterile Services.
Hi, and I'm Jay McInerney. I'm Senior Vice President for Legal and Governmental Affairs for Fagron North America, which is the parent company of FKC.
Welcome. Would you please give us a summary of this case?
Yes, good morning again. So this is a permit application for a non-resident manufacturer 503B outsourcing facility. Kabi Compounding is owned by Fagron Holding USA. The administrative review was done and the substantive review was complete on 2/8. During the substantive review, we found a 483 inspection or letter from the inspection performed in 2018 for Kabi Compounding. There were 11 different observations noted. The company did provide a response and a closeout letter. And in July, I believe it was, 2022, Fagron took ownership of Kabi. Another inspection was performed by the FDA in 2023. There was a 43 form issued as a result of the inspection with 2 different observations. The company did provide a response, but there has not been a closeout letter provided yet. And then for your consideration, also, there are some additional 483 letters for different entities under common ownership.
Thank you for that. Were any of the violations on the 483 from 2023 repeat violations?
I believe there are separate violations or observations, I should say.
Thank you. Would you guys like to make a statement?
And I'll defer to Deb, who is the quality person. You guys don't want to hear from a lawyer anyway. So, but I'll step in when needed.
Yeah, so our recent 2023 inspection didn't have any repeat observations. It does state that on the 483 form. If you do, they were new items and we have responded and we've actually submitted our corrective actions. We had 10 corrective actions related to those and we submitted the completion of 7 of 10 of those. The others are effectiveness checks that will happen later on to make sure those corrections are acceptable. The 2018 inspection was actually closed out by the FDA. We received our closeout letter in April 2020, and we had a records inspection by them because they weren't doing as many in-person inspections in April 2021, which verified that those items had been complete, as well as we've had the recent inspection by the FDA.
Thank you. Do any board members have any questions?
I have a question. So, Mr. Castaneda, on the summary page, the last paragraph, so the phone number, email listed on the application, link to other permits in the database under common ownership, which were not disclosed on the initial application, and then undisclosed discipline for the past 5 years. Can you comment on that?
Yes, so my apologies for the data, the typo of the date of the initial bullet point there. That was from 2017, and the FDA issued a warning letter to Fagron. And 7/21, Anazao Corporation entered into a settle agreement with the Ohio Board and agreed to pay $2,500 for illegally selling dangerous drugs to unlicensed entities or entities without a proper license. And in 2020, the FDA issued a 483 as a result of inspection of Fresenius Kabi located in Melrose, Illinois, Melrose Park, Illinois.
Got it. So the really two issues there, the non-disclosure of other businesses under the entity and then past discipline.
Correct.
The date didn't really have any bearing on it. Right?
Correct.
Yeah. But I know you pointed it out. I knew what you meant. So my opinion, board members, we have this in front of us. I think we're good to go, except the addressing the failure to disclose.
And if I may, I don't want to interrupt your discussions. But okay, thank you. So as it deals with the other Fresenius entity in Illinois, we purchased Fresenius Kabi Compounding LLC outright. That is Fagron Holding USA LLC, which I call Fagron North America. Fresenius has no relationship at all with our Fresenius Kabi Compounding LLC has no relationship with any other Fresenius company in the world following July 2022. So there's no affiliation there one way or the other. As to the other two, I believe it was something dealing with Fagron Incorporated and another dealing with Anazao Health Corporation. Fagron Holding USA LLC is a holding company. We hold multiple operating entities within the United States. Each entity actually has independent management, control, quality systems. They're all independent businesses. And so I look at this as very akin to, you know, the CVS in North Scottsdale needing to disclose what happened with the CVS in South Boston, you know, shares the same corporate parent, but has no affiliation with that other shop. In looking at the application itself, from a reasonable reading of the application, and I have it, that's why I brought my phone up here, and otherwise I apologize for bringing it. I don't see a reasonable reading where that type of disclosure would be necessary. Actually, Fagron Holding USA LLC is the parent company of Fagron Incorporated, but they are two separate things. The holding company is simply that. It's not an operating entity, which is the owner and single parent of FKC. Fagron Incorporated is an operating entity under that holding company. So again, they're all affiliated because they have a common parent, but that's the only affiliation, other than, of course, having to deal with me. So I hope that answers the question. Of course, I'm happy to speak to those other issues, but they're really unrelated to Fresenius Kabi and their operations.
Ms. Galvin, may I put you on the spot and have your opinion on that? I think that the relation is the parent company, and we ask that to make sure that there's not something upstream that Arizona needs to be protected against. I don't know if I heard anything that changes it. I would like your opinion.
That would be up to the board based upon the documentation presented to you and the testimony that was offered. And your interpretation of that?
I'm sure if I may ask a question.
Yeah.
Is Fagron getting involved with veterinary, have they been involved with veterinary pharmaceuticals?
No, we, the closest that I can say is that Fagron internationally recently purchased Wildlife Pharmaceuticals in South Africa. And Wildlife does supply a couple of indexed products to a large veterinary compounder in the United States, who actually employs one of your former board members. But there's no direct dealings with Fagron North America in that relationship, other than we know them all.
Do you know where in the pipeline that product is to get listed?
I don't. I'm attempting to. So we have under the Fagron umbrella a couple of wholesale repack operations, but those in the United States. Those wholesale repack operations, though, deal with APIs and excipients. They don't deal with finished drug products. We're not, DSCSA doesn't apply to what we do, but for finished products, it would. We're really not set up to to assist the customer in the US in bringing this product in. So we're attempting to connect them with a wholesaler that might be better suited to do so, understanding that one of our, at least international sister companies, is attempting to supply the product. And as I understand it, these products are needed by zoos. They're not otherwise available, and there's going to be a desperate need in the next few months. So I'm attempting to help, but we have no direct involvement in that.
I think the only concern I have for board members is I think the word index and listed was thrown out there. And index means they're allowed to market in this country, but not being listed, they can't sell. And I believe that product has been distributed in this country for 6-7 years now and deemed misbranded because of that reason.
But again, this Forgron North America has never had any piece part of that process. And aside from a very recent acquisition, really, we're still getting our hands around it. But we haven't had a piece of it or any part of it, and we won't in the future, other than, of course, providing assistance to both the US customer, who of course we know well, and who does some good things, and the South African entity, which became an international sister company in the very recent past. But otherwise, it really has nothing to do with our operations.
I don't see not reporting of other entities as an issue. I see it as what we've had in the past, corporate structures that make things look like they're related when they're not.
I agree, Mr. Thorwald. You guys did have a recent FDA inspection with no repeat violations. We all know that there is no inspection that's ever going to be perfect, but the fact that there were no repeat shows that you guys are committed to making the changes asked of you. I don't have any problem, and I would make a motion to approve this non-resident manufacturer permit application. I agree that failure to disclose is tricky because, I like the analogy that Walgreens 2160 doesn't necessarily disclose any and all discipline for any store in the United States when they're applying for a permit in Arizona. And if they're completely separate entities, then it is confusing from a board level when they all have similar names or the same names, but I can understand the argument. So my motion is to approve the permit.
I second your motion.
Is there any other discussion or questions? All right, should we take a vote? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Motion carries. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to 19E, non-resident virtual manufacturer permit application from Maine Pharma Commercial from Raleigh, North Carolina. Is anyone available from Maine Pharma?
Yes, this is Jerry Sikowski. I'm the designated licensing rep for Maine Pharma.
Thank you and welcome.
Steve Gerard, Director of Procurement for Maine Pharma.
Thank you.
Matt Menas, Vice President of Supply Chain, also from Maine Pharma.
Thanks for being here. All right, Mr. Wagner.
Dennis Wagner, Compliance Officer. During the substantive review of this non-resident virtual manufacturer application, the applicant had indicated that they utilize the services of 22 contract manufacturing organizations, or CMOs. The search of the FDA dashboard website found that 14 of the CMOs had a 483 issued within the past 5 years, and 2 CMOs had an FDA warning letter issued within the last 5 years. A request was made of the applicant to provide copies of the FDA 483s, warning letters, and any associated responses to FDA for the CMOs. Responses were received from all but 7 of the CMOs at the time of the review, and 2 additional responses received after submission of the review. Responses were not provided for 5 of the CMOs. You can find a listing of all the CMOs on pages 39, 77, and 78. And a summary of the companies that had 483s and or warning letters on 3980 of your board book.
Thank you. Would anyone from Maine Pharma like to make a statement?
Matt, do you want to take that one?
No statement at this time, but happy to address any specific questions.
I guess I have a question about your contract manufacturers. Are all the contract manufacturers you work with permitted in the state of Arizona?
That is something I do not know for sure.
Madam Vice President, I can answer that. The domestic manufacturers are permitted with Arizona.
Thank you.
Except for one, which was previously here, Pharmasol.
What sort of products does Maine Pharma market?
So at the time that this application was filed, we had branded and generic pharmaceutical products. We have since sold our generic pharmaceutical products. So today we sell branded dermatology and women's health products.
I'm a little out of my scope in these situations with contract manufacturers and virtual manufacturers. I don't see anything particularly alarming here. So I don't know if any other board members have any other questions or concerns. Would anybody care to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the application.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go, oh, we decided to, nope. We're gonna go to 26C. Complaint, this is action on previous action for complaint 23-0114, specialty formulations and manufacturing. Do we have anybody here from specialty formulations and manufacturing? Please introduce yourselves.
Yeah, my name is Joe Maniga. I'm the CEO of Specialty Formulations and Manufacturing.
Morning, board. My name is Solomon Kano. I'm the attorney representing the company.
Thank you for being here.
So are you licensed to practice in Arizona?
What?
Are you licensed to practice law in Arizona?
Yes, I've been practicing for 22 years.
Okay, thank you.
Again, Dennis Wagoner, Compliance Officer. At its meeting in February 2023, the board issued a cease and desist order and requested additional documentation related to the manufacturing of non-prescription drugs without a valid permit. Complaint was opened and a subpoena was issued requesting additional information. Compliance staff was directed to embargo all impacted products under the board's jurisdiction. Two compliance officers visited the facility in March of 2023 and conducted the embargo. There were no finished products on hand. The embargoed items included labeling and active pharmaceutical ingredients. Information provided by Specialty Formulations and Manufacturing and the response to the subpoena included that the company has been under its current ownership since June of 2017. The previous location was inspected by FDA in 2019 and a 7-item 483 was issued. The company was previously located at 3027 North 33rd Drive, Phoenix. And manufacturing activities since March of 2021 included products were manufactured for 8 different customers. 60 lots of product were manufactured spanning 24 different products, and 94 shipments were made during that time period, totaling almost 370,000 units distributed. The company submitted an application for a manufacturing permit in March of 2021. An opening inspection was conducted in February of 2022 with an unsatisfactory result. Following construction improvements in the manufacturing area, a follow-up inspection was conducted in April of 2023 with a satisfactory result, and the permit was open.
Thank you. Would you like to make a statement?
Yes, the only thing that we are requesting is for the products that were embargoed, for that embargo to be lifted. They are still there with the wrapper, and we can't touch it until you let us.
It sounds like that the changes have been made for the facility. A permit has been opened, and so I'm in support of releasing the products in embargo and terminating the cease and desist order. There is still the issue of shipping products without a valid permit, correct? And it was quite a good number of products. I would be in support of doing what we've done earlier and instructing the executive director and you to work out a civil penalty. And then once that is paid, to I guess to close this complaint.
If that's your motion, I will second.
Yes, that's my motion. Is there any other discussion or questions?
And if we can't come to an agreement, do you want to move that to hearing or?
If yes, if there is no agreement able to be reached, we'll move that to hearing.
Thank you.
Would you like to amend your second?
I'll amend my second.
Any other questions or discussion? Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move to 26D. Thank you, Mr. Rain. Sorry, I'm trying to get to the right page. This is action on previous action for case 21-0671. Is anyone, just you are gonna make a statement, right?
Madam Vice President, I think all the board is tasked with today is to vote this matter to hearing. You already had a reconsideration of this, and we're not going to ask you to reconsider your reconsideration. We understand where we're at, so just a formality.
I'll make a motion to proceed to hearing.
I'll second.
All right, any other questions or discussion? Do we need a roll call?
You do not.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go to 28C, a conference regarding complaint 22-0186. Respondent Diana Yvette Montano. Is Diana here?
Yeah.
Thank you and welcome. 28C. Ms. Mitchell, thank you.
Jennifer Mitchell. I am not a compliance officer. On March 30th, 2022, Diana Montano informed the board that she had been charged with money laundering, a felony, through the Contact Us feature on the board's website. While researching her disclosure, staff discovered that she had been previously charged with threatening or intimidating to cause injury, damage to person or property. Ms. Montano did not report this charge to the board within 10 working days as required. On March 31st, 2022, staff opened an investigation and requested that Ms. Montano provide documentation relating to her current and previous charges. On April 11th, 2022, Ms. Montano provided a copy of an indictment from Cochise County Superior Court. The indictment indicated that she was charged with 5 counts of money laundering, a Class 3 felony. On April 12th, 2022, Ms. Montano addressed the undisclosed charge, explaining it was the result of a disagreement with her ex-husband and their children. However, she did not provide documentation relating to the charge. In December 2022, staff reached out for an update on Ms. Montano's case. She responded with a message indicating that she had pled guilty to a Class 6 felony and was sentenced to 2 years of probation. Staff responded with a request for a copy of her plea agreement or sentencing document. Receiving no response, staff sent a subpoena for court records to Ms. Montano on January 30th, 2023. The records were due on February 13th, 2023. Ms. Montano did not provide any of the requested records. A minute entry found on public access to court information shows that Ms. Montano entered into a plea agreement relating to the money laundering charges. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Ms. Montano, would you like to make a statement? I think you're on mute.
Sorry about that. The prior charges of intimidation, those charges, I was not aware that I had to disclose. I apologize for that. They were civil and I didn't think I had to disclose. I apologize for that. I was still in accordance with my fingerprint clearance card. That wasn't affected at all. I complied with those charges. It was also during my divorce. The plea agreement, and the charges and everything, I was told by my lawyer's secretary that she would be sending all of that information, which I thought she had. So I apologize that that was not received by you guys. Those charges, there was a plea agreement and I did receive 2 years probation. I'm going on almost a year. And because of good behavior, one of those, they're already going to be reducing the sentence. That's in process right now. So hopefully instead of it being 2 years, it should be cut down to 1 year. Part of the plea agreement also is that because of the charge, the way it's charged after the 2 years, it won't be considered a felony. It would be considered a misdemeanor. And there's actually, the way it was charged, from what my lawyer says, it would be considered actually not a felony also, but because the law just recently changed earlier this year, the court here in Cochise County still hasn't recognized it yet. They still consider it a felony. The way I was charged as a Class 6 felony, but in certain parts of the state, it's considered a misdemeanor. So part of the plea agreement would be that it would be come down to a misdemeanor and not a felony. So as soon as that goes through, I'm hoping to be able to reapply for my fingerprint clearance card.
Thank you. Ms. Nair, you have a question?
Yeah, can you explain what took place? And specifically, you communicated as you were helping out a roommate, but in the charges, it reads that 6 people were named and there were 68 counts. So there's got to be a little bit more to the story, if you wouldn't mind explaining.
I had a roommate. That's when I was going through my divorce. I had a friend that moved in with me, and she asked me to have to pick up, she had money deposited to her that I wasn't aware of where it was coming from. And I would go and pick up the money. She's like, oh, can you, they deposited money to my, to so-and-so place. Can you go get it for me? I'm not available right now. And I'd be like, okay, great. And then I would just go get the money for her. And then she'd just tell me, okay, from that money, can you just go ahead and take my half of the rent or my half of the bills? And that's what I would do. I never thought anything of it. And it seems that from what my understanding is, that money was coming from other places and other people were doing the same thing. And that's pretty much as much as information that I received. I was not aware that other people were receiving money or anything like that. I have since then, that was a short period of time that then friend, I don't have communication with her anymore. Like, she doesn't even live here in town anymore. It was a short term that she lived with me, and I never thought anything of it. These charges were brought to me like, I think like 2 years after these events even happened, 2 or 3 years after it even happened, that she lived with me and that I ever received that money.
Just to follow up, so that happened 68 times where your friend was, or roommate was asking you to?
No, not to me directly, no. I think that was, from my understanding, that was like those counts were included through all the people. And it was like, what did they call it?
Racketeering.
I think so, like when they have all those counts were between all the people that were included in that, from that same person or something like that, that was receiving the money, and I was one of them. So like when we would go to court, they would call like different people's names. So my understanding is they included all those charges within the same case.
Conspiracy?
I think that's what it is, yeah. So it was like the different people. So I was like considered part of that. But I had like but then I
How
guess.
many times did you do it?
I'm sorry?
How many times did you do this for your roommate?
Oh my God, I don't remember. She lived with me a few months, not that long, about 3 months.
Did you question why she couldn't get a bank account?
No, I didn't. Because she would sometimes go to the Walmart and pick up money also. I didn't think anything of it. I live in a border town, so she would often go across the line because she would live over there also. She had a home over there. And she had recently gotten a job here in town. And that's when she's like, hey, I need somewhere to stay because I want to start living over here on this side. My kids are going to start coming to school here. She used to live out of town up in Phoenix. And then she moved down to across the line. And she's like, the kids need to go to school here, kind of, and that's when I had been going through my divorce. I'm like, hey, that would help me out if you lived with me and help me out with my bills and the rent and stuff, my mortgage. So it made everything easier for me. And I didn't think anything of it.
Are you currently working, Ms. Montano?
No, I'm a stay-at-home right now. Stay-at-home mom.
When was your last job working in a pharmacy?
Back in, I was working, and then when all of this happened, when I wasn't in compliance, when my fingerprint clearance card was suspended, I was fired from my job, and that was back in, I think, July of last year, July, August, around July. And then I remarried in September, and I've been home ever since.
What's your question? Go ahead. No.
I was just going to ask, do you plan to continue in pharmacy?
I would like to. I really liked the job. I really enjoyed learning. It was awesome learning something completely different from what I had ever worked in. It was something so new, and it was exciting. And I've been reading the book that one of my friends, one of my coworkers back at the pharmacy lent me, and I've been studying up on that. And I told her, I'm like, if this goes through, I would love to take the state test and continue, because I really, really liked it. And it's very unfortunate that being so naive and not thinking through and being in a bad space of mind and thinking, it's like I was going through such a hard time then that I didn't think to question something, or I didn't think to, I think I'm too trusting. I didn't think to think more of my friend, or who I thought was a friend then, to question what was going on. I didn't know that that was something I couldn't do. I shouldn't have done. And it wasn't a good time in my life, I guess. And I hate that the repercussions from what I did, 5 years ago are affecting me now, when I felt like I was in such a good place in my life. And I had finally found something that I truly enjoyed working in, and felt happy in a job where I finally felt happy. And I felt good about going to work every day, which I hadn't felt that in a very long time.
For board staff, so we have failure, we were subpoenaed and we didn't get a response. Am I right? Is that right?
That's one of the grounds, yes.
Yeah, and there was multiple times asked and then the subpoena came. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, right. And then the failure, yeah. So, Ms. Montano, why didn't you respond to the subpoena?
I had communicated with my lawyer's secretary, and she said that she was going to be sending the paperwork, and I assumed that she had. I wasn't aware that she hadn't. I let her know the date that from the email. At first, the emails were going to my spam folder in my email. And then when I finally did see it, I did respond and let who I was speaking to through the emails, let them know that these emails were going to my spam folder for some reason. When I did receive them, I let the secretary to my lawyer know, and I thought that paperwork had been sent. I gave her the deadline that I was given on the email, and on my part, I should have made sure that they were sent. I just automatically assumed that they had been.
I see like more than 3 times requests, and then you actually received a subpoena. So I don't know how you could think that we got the responses. More of a statement than a question.
How did we finally get the documents? Did they come from her attorney or the AG's office?
I don't think we've
We
had a
didn't.
response.
We didn't get any of this documents.
Anything that wasn't available on public access, we didn't receive
Have we
anything.
contacted her attorney?
No, staff does not reach out to attorneys for licensees.
Was her roommate arrested
I don't know.
or charged? I ask these questions because there's so many things going on in here. I want to give somebody the benefit of the doubt, but at the same time, one thing piles on top of the other, and it becomes everything becomes very questionable in my mind. And I don't see how, with all of these things, that I could be positive in this matter. So
I have a question. Do you hold a current tech trainee license? even with
Yes.
a restricted fingerprint clearance card.
Yes, her license is open. We were not notified by DPS. She must have received her fingerprint clearance card for another reason.
I just want to echo what Mr. Thorwald said. I don't see that she's demonstrated to be regulatable. She's got a felony conviction and just doesn't seem to be the right fit maybe for her. And I don't feel comfortable with proceeding personally.
Would it be possible to put her license on probation pending receipt of the documentation that we're looking for?
Her license will expire on August 31st of this year.
There is a pending complaint, however, and under another statute, her license will not expire until the board makes a final determination. You could offer consent agreement for probation, but that does not do away with the fact that she has a conviction for a felony. She didn't disclose the prior charges. She hasn't complied with the subpoena, and she doesn't have a fingerprint clearance card.
I make a motion that we proceed to, we're in a conference now for it, so let's proceed to hearing for revocation. And Ms. Montano, you should supply records very much before that. So you can not only defend yourself, but also so we can have those records. That would be my suggestion to you, but that's my motion. Move to a hearing for revocation.
I second your motion.
And the alternative, before this gets to formal hearing, if she would agree to the voluntary surrender of her license, would you accept that?
Yes.
How would I do that?
I'm sorry, what?
How would I do that?
How would you voluntarily surrender your license?
Yes.
I can send you a document and you would execute that document. The board would accept it and your license would be surrendered, which is akin to a revocation. You would be prohibited from practicing as a Farm Ritzy technician if you would ever apply again in the future or register as a technician trainee, that can be considered in determining whether you are qualified or fit to receive a registration or a technician license.
Okay.
Staff will contact you on Monday or Tuesday to see if you're interested in surrendering your license.
Okay.
All right, I have a motion and a second. I assume we need a roll call.
Please.
And I modify my second.
Madam Chair, if I may ask Ms. Galvin one more question. If she does agree to the voluntary surrender, do we have to bring it back, or can the board approve me to execute it upon receiving it?
Part of the motion was to accept a voluntary surrender, so I would interpret that as your ability to accept it.
Thank you. Mr. Leyba?
Aye.
Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Ms. Lehan?
Aye.
Mr. Tong?
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald?
Aye.
Ms. Nair?
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
All right.
Roll call, Madam Chair.
Yes, please. Welcome back, everyone.
Thank you. Mr. Leba,
Present.
Ms. Davis,
Present.
Ms. Lehan,
Present.
Mr. Tong,
Present.
Mr. Thorwald,
Here.
Ms. Nair.
Here.
All accounted for, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to 28D, complaint 210536 with Nixona Pharmacy Management Team Wellington RX and licensee Danny Younglam. Is any one here from any of those facilities?
I'm here.
Good morning. I'm Martha Ramori. I'm counsel from the law firm Fryer Levitt, representing Nixona Pharmacy.
I'm the pick right now. My name is Sherry Salehi.
Welcome, everyone.
I'm Patricia Jones, the owner of Nixona.
I'm Danny, former PIC.
Welcome, everyone. All right, we'll start with Mr. Hyber for a summary.
Okay. Compliance Officer Steve Hyber, Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. I'll start off with the summary and then I'll have some additional information that I'll add to the summary because it is rather brief. The pharmacy board received a complaint and back in November 22 from an insurance company. And the case was assigned to Compliance Officer Carol Hess. Officer Hess reached out to the insurance company and she needed to supply a subpoena. That was their request in order to release detail. And after we reviewed it, we decided we were going to have to go in and, do our own on the ground investigation. Their complaint really, when we looked at the allegations in their complaint, insurance companies have contracts with providers and, in that realm, in that space, the provider can do things that the insurance company doesn't like, that's in, conflict with the contract, but it may not be a violation per se of state law. Okay. Sometimes it is a problem for state law, when it involves like gross billing errors, which could be, with enough data, we could charge them with fraud. We didn't find that to be the case here, but we did find some things that were potentially violative, and that's the reason why we're here today. So we went in, we did our inspection, and when we were there, we noticed there were two computer systems, which is kind of unusual. We'll only see that if a pharmacy's bought another firm and then they have the old system there, so they're moving things from one to the other. But in this case, it turned out the other system was a separate standalone system, and it was on a network called WellRx, I think is the name of the software, and it was more of a marketing type tool. And I know we've had a couple cases in the past we brought before the board that involves marketing support for these smaller pharmacies that contract with outside entities to do some marketing, to make calls. And I know, sometimes, we've had issues there and sometimes not. So the issue I think that really we're here to talk about today involves Officer Hess found some verbal orders that were inside this other system. And if you go to page 5310 and look at the images, and I looked up new numbers today because everything shifted. I guess somebody added some records upstream. These notes at the top of the page, handwritten, is from Officer Hess. She said, this was printed from WellNet. This document right here came out of the WellNet system. And it's a verbal order that somebody who received it over wherever WellNet is situated, which we did eventually trace to an entity called Wellington RX. And we found that entity was located in Florida and we couldn't find a permit. So here we have a verbal order that was taken over there, input into this template, and then networked over to Nixona inside the box that was, WellRx system. I'm sorry, the the well system. I get mixed up sometimes. I apologize. So we have several examples, about 5 in there inside the record. And so entities operating with who knows what type of licensure inside of a facility without a permit, in a state without a state permit, because they definitely didn't have a permit with our jurisdiction, we're receiving these orders, irrespective of any marketing components that are associated with their activities. So the next step Officer Hess did was she said, well, you know, shared services in her mind, and I agreed with her. I was assisting somewhat on the case, and she reached out and got a document from the permit holder, you know, that was basically a management agreement. And I went through the management agreement and I looked at it and I said, well, it looks like a management agreement, but it really doesn't really spell out what specifically the roles and responsibilities are of the 2 entities, which is, by the way, required under shared services. So it basically only says in one part, you know, follow the state laws. Very nebulous. We see that a lot, follow the state laws, but what laws are they following? We definitely see one that we believe they were not following, and that's someone in another location performing a portion of the activities that we would constitute as pharmacy practice, receiving a verbal order, and doing that in a non-permitted facility and by personnel of unknown. That's basically what it is here. We reached out, got responses from former PIC Younglam, who states the new prescriptions, refill request, deny prescriptions are sent from doctor's office and arrive at Nixon, that's a typo, Nixona, through Pioneer RX and the WellNet OS. That's that wellness box. Additional discussion by Officer Hess with former PIC Younglam indicated that it would show up in the WellNet box, and then they would print it, go over to their Pioneer system, which everyone is familiar with, is a local fulfillment system utilized by independent pharmacies, and then they would put it in, they would type it again in there. I believe Younglam probably had some concerns about it because he was calling out on some of them and validating them and putting an initial on the bottom. That doesn't suddenly render what activities happening before he received it as legal, because there are people there putting stuff in that necessarily could be wrong. And if you use bad information when you call a practitioner, a lot of times they're just going to say yes to it. We've seen that. We've seen that happen. We received a response from James Hart. He is the technician that worked there. He still does, based upon what I understand. And he's indicated that he receives faxes, e-scribes, verbal orders, and refill requests. They're provided through Wellington RX. And Youngham's full response is on page 5307, and the next page, 5308, is technician Hart's response. We received a response from management team Wellington RX, which is interesting. You know, how many permit holders want to respond and don't put anybody's name on it? It's just this nebulous entity. And that response, I won't go into all of it, but if you want, and hopefully you've already looked at it, is on 5309. If patients agree to the services offered, Wellington will call the prescriber and request a prescription, which, when received, is forwarded to Nixona. Okay. So we have the prescriptions that we found in the other system being input from another non-permitted location by personnel who we couldn't identify as being licensees. At that point, this is why this case is taking so long. I think Wellington RX and the ownership of this Nixona pharmacy, they began to understand maybe we got a problem. Maybe we got a problem. So that's when council presented themselves as representing the permit holder. And we got our first letter from the attorneys that were representing the permit. And I just want to read a statement. This is on page 5382. If you go to the top of the page, it's the first full paragraph. The attorneys say the statement requested by the board from Mr. Younglam and the actual statement filed by Mr. Younglam, a disgruntled ex-employee, is not reliable. Now, at no time did Mr. Younglam file a complaint against this firm. Okay, that came from an insurance company. And at no time did he ever appear to me as being disgruntled. And trust me, I know when they're disgruntled. They make it obvious. Additionally, an employee is less aware of the contractual relationships between the reference entity and the pharmacy than the owner of the pharmacy and the pharmacy's compliance officer. Now think about that. Contractual relationship. That's not what this case is about. But what they're really saying is Mr. Younglam is disgruntled and he shouldn't know what's going on. He shouldn't be involved. Well, yes, he should. He's the PIC. He's responsible to the regulatory agency. And if you keep that individual in the dark, you're only putting them at risk and yourselves, because they might be able to inform you that maybe prescriptions coming from an unknown entity that's not permitted could be a compliance violation. I find that to be just unbelievable statement in my own opinion. Then on page 5383, this is the next to last paragraph, with regard to prescriber calls initiated by Wellington RX to request specific prescriptions, patients gave permission to contact their doctor. Doctors were sent faxes for prescription authorization. Wellington RX representative contacted the prescriber to make sure they received the fax prescription authorization and obtain verbal authorization. You have at least one recording that Carol found, that officer has found in our brief visit, that one-day visit. So the scope of finding one verbal order that we know was taken over at Wellington. Okay. So if we just imagine how many more we'd find if we were to expand that to their entire database, because these people record all their calls from the marketing side. And that's not unusual. We've seen it before on these marketing groups. They do record them. I think they feel that they need to record them for whatever reason. There's a second response in December from Friar Levitt. Trying to see if I had something I highlighted here. All right, go to page 5389. I think this is where Friar Levitt, they did a great job of kind of disguising this, but it was really an admission which states, while in the past, the MSO may have reached out and obtained verbal authorizations for prescriptions and refills from the prescriber's office, this was followed by a fax confirmation. Prescription to the prescriber. So it doesn't come out and say it, but it looks like they were doing it. They know they were doing it. And when we approached them on the complaint, like many entities do, they quickly remedied the situation. And then they give you 50 more pages to explain what they're not doing wrong. But again, we have this narrowly focused. The only charges we're filing or we're submitting, we could probably do more if we really wanted to about non-permitted people practicing pharmacy, but we're really focusing on the permit that we can discipline, and that's Nixona. And that's at the back of the summary page. You know, it's basically shared services, practicing, you know, outside of the shared services rule.
All right, do you guys have any questions for Mr. Hyber at this time? All right, let's hear from Nixona Pharmacy first. Ms. Rumori, I think you're going to speak on their behalf.
Yes, thank you. So I'm Martha Rumori. I'm a pharmacist and an attorney, and I'm senior counsel at Friar Levitt in New York. I understand my Pro Hoc Vice application was approved. I'm here today on behalf of Nixona Pharmacy regarding this case, and we do not represent the former PIC, Danny Youngman. I want to thank the board and its respective members for their time today and the opportunity to speak on behalf of Nixona RX Pharmacy. I also want to mention that we have here the owner of the pharmacy, Patricia Jones, and we have Sherazad Shalsky, PharmD, who is the pharmacist in charge. Ms. Jones views this matter as important. She takes the matter very seriously, as well as the pharmacy's relationship with the board. And we'd be happy to answer any questions that the board may have and discuss the matter directly with the board. Nixona Pharmacy, I'll give you a little background. It's a small local full-service pharmacy. It receives prescriptions from walk-ins as well as by referrals from its management company, Wellington RX. Wellington RX has partnered with an advertising company. And the advertising company website has a patient intake form for new prescriptions, refills, and transferring prescriptions. So patients opt in to be contacted by Wellington RX. Nixona Pharmacy has no prior discipline history in Arizona or in any of the 13 states that it's licensed in. This matter relates back to an inspection by the Arizona Board of Pharmacy that occurred on January 19, 2022. The inspection was conducted in connection with a PBM Humana filing a complaint alleging several member and prescriber denials. During the inspection, documents were taken and the PIC, Danny Youngam, and the pharmacy technician were interviewed, but no inspection report was provided or signed. Both the PIC Youngman and the pharmacy tech Hart then provided signed written statements to the Arizona Board of Pharmacy in response to the complaint. A statement was also made by the management team, Wellington RX. 2 phone calls and several emails were made by Compliance Officer Hess to Victor Velasco of the Wellington RX management team, even though Wellington RX is not a pharmacy. PIC Youngman resigned, took a job at Walgreens. And on April 19, 2022, the compliance officer Hess sent an email to the former PIC Youngman asking him to describe how new verbal prescriptions are received. The next day, on April 20, 2022, 3 months following the inspection, complaint 21-0536 was issued, and the subject of which was non-compliant shared services with the possible violation of R-23-621 shared services, and for the PIC, possible violation of 32-1964 confidentiality of prescription records. The board then voted to proceed with a conference on this matter. Nixona is respectfully requesting the board, after consideration of all the mitigating factors and circumstances, to close and dismiss this matter without further action against the pharmacy. I, as well as Nixona, acknowledge that this is a significant request, but it's not made lightly, and it's not made without strong supporting basis. There are several reasons why we believe this request is reasonable and fair given the circumstances. According to the Arizona Administrative Code, Title IV, AAC 23, the term shared services under Arizona is defined as shared order filling or shared order processing or both. Arizona Administrative Code defines shared order filling as preparing, packing, compounding, or labeling an order, or any combination of these functions. The code describes shared order processing as interpreting the order, performing order entry verification, drug utilization review, drug compatibility and allergy review, final order verification, and when necessary, therapeutic intervention, or any combination of these order processing functions. The Management Services Corporation, Wellington, did not prepare, package, compound, or label. They did not interpret an order, perform any order entry verification, DUR, drug compatibility or allergy review, final order verification, or therapeutic intervention. Only the licensee Nixona RX performed these functions. Wellington RX employees did reach out and obtain verbal authorizations for prescriptions and refills from the prescriber's office. This was followed by a faxed confirmation, i.e. prescription to the prescriber. The actual order filling and processing of the prescriptions was solely performed at Nixona RX. Data entry is not included within the Arizona Board of Pharmacy definition of shared services, only order entry verification. The order verification was performed by pharmacists and the data inputted into Pioneer by the pharmacist, a software that's not utilized by Wellington RX. Pioneer is the pharmacy system. While Wellington RX employees perform data entry related to the prescription, that was in WellNet, and that does not fit under the definition of shared order filling processing, where order entry verification and final order verification is still completed by the pharmacy on site. Despite the board's classification of the arrangement between Nexona and Wellington RX as one involving shared services, no shared services were delegated or performed. Not only were the services Wellington provided outside of the definition of shared services, but the nature of the entities themselves render it impossible to consider any sort of shared services in as much as Wellington RX is not a pharmacy. Only Nexona was the filling and dispensing pharmacy, as well as confirming patient wishes that they wanted a prescription, and the delivery pharmacy. Therefore, it's impossible for there to be any shared services. Given the task that Wellington was contracted to perform, Wellington RX did not require licensure because, as stated, the entities did not engage in a shared services agreement. The regulations the board cites pertaining to the shared services agreement regulations are not applicable to the relationship between Nexona and Wellington RX, and non-compliance therewith cannot be cited as violations. We are aware of independent pharmacies that share services with central fill pharmacies, specialty pharmacies, compounding pharmacies, and other independent pharmacies. That's just not the case here. There's no pharmacy computer system that's shared. Wellington RX uses a CRM called WellNet, and Nexona uses Pioneer. There's nothing in the Arizona pharmacy laws or rules which prohibit prescription data entry by a pharmacy management company. Additionally, there's nothing in the Arizona rules which would include prescription origination. Several boards of pharmacy who wish to identify data entry as shared services have revised their shared services definition to do so. On one end of the spectrum, Mississippi, in June of 2022, amended the definitions of shared services to remove the outdated definitions and add new ones to clarify the board's regulations. The definition included data entry. Another state, Rhode Island, expressly permits call center operation to perform certain identified functions under its shared services definition. Rhode Island defines a call center operation to mean any operation that functions as a shared order processing facility, but is not licensed as a pharmacy. The Rhode Island law actually permits a call center to share a common electronic file or use appropriate technology to allow access to sufficient information necessary to fill a prescription. That's under 216-RICR 40-15-1, section 110E. Arizona's definition, on the other hand, is silent regarding marketing activities. However, as soon as Nexona RX learned of the board's concern following the inspection, Nexona RX took the matter extremely seriously and promptly took corrective action. The correction action is illustrated and supported in a few ways. First, as referred to in our August 1st, 2022 response, we did prepare a policy and procedure for Nexona, whereby it directly receives the prescriptions from the prescriber. The policy and procedure has been presented to the board. There were some concerns regarding the processes that led to concerns about the integrity of the prescription records. Changes to the process have been made to help ensure the integrity of the prescription records and the processes. Those changes include, but they're not limited to, having all data go directly to the pharmacy's Pioneer system and not to Wellington RX WellNet. Now fax requests to the physician come from Nixona Pharmacy and not Wellington RX. Prescriptions must now be sent from the physician's office directly to the pharmacy, and they must not be sent or delivered to the pharmacy by the marketing or sales representatives. Sales and marketing personnel are now required to use HIPAA-compliant email and faxes for all business-related activities. Second, after learning of the board's concern arising from the inspection, Nixona RX internally reviewed the situation and determined that direct-to-consumer advertising is permissible. Nixona neither directly nor indirectly solicits patients. Wellington RX refers certain patients to Nixona only after a patient opts in and agrees to receive the supplies and medications their primary physician prescribes it and the insurance covers it. Marketing directly to consumers is only permitted if the consumer consents to being contacted by the marketing representatives. All contact with consumers is initiated by the consumer by virtue of providing their consent to be contacted. Third, Nixona made significant decisions that going forward, statements to patients, any statements that were made by the advertising representatives, any kind of performance claims for products or anything like that would be strictly forbidden. All calls for consumers are now in compliance with the Federal Telephone Consumer Protection Act. There are internal Board of Pharmacy communications in the investigative file that was sent to us. One of the statements was from one of the board members, and it says we need to, it's an email back from one board member to another board member, wherein it states we need to open the complaint for this against Nixona, similar issue and same complainant as Lakeside Pharmacy. While every case is different, here the board acknowledges that it's the same issue and it's the same complainant, Humana. It therefore seemed consistent for the board to provide the same disposition as it did in the Lakeside case. Friar Levitt was counsel on that case. An advisory letter was issued based on the changes made. And so Nixona, just to close, so the Nixona Pharmacy took significant corrective action to address the board's concern. Those actions have resolved the board's concern. And now, given all of that, Nixona's request is being made with the recognition and appreciation of the critical role that this board plays in guarding the health and well-being of the residents of Arizona. Nixona also recognizes the purpose of actions taken by the board, which is to facilitate compliance with the laws, rules, and regulations governing the operation of a pharmacy in Arizona and to deter future violations. However, here these important goals have been achieved. There's no doubt that Nixona took this matter seriously, took significant action to ensure complete compliance going forward. I would suggest that given the circumstances at this stage, further action against Nixona would be unnecessarily punitive. I also want to note the detrimental effect that further action by the board could have on the pharmacy as it relates to other state licenses and also its relationship with insurance companies and PBMs. As you all know, the independent pharmacy landscape looks quite different now given the PBM landscape and the fact that further disciplinary action against Nixona would be reportable action to the 13 other states that Nixona is licensed in and all of its major players. There are no new verbal orders being taken by the pharmacy. The orders come in via fax and electronically. And we would like to thank very much the board for their time today and for the any additional information or questions that the board may have. You'll have the owner and the PIC, available to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much. I would like to clarify for the record that I think what you're talking about is an email between board staff, not between board members, just for the record. I'd like to hear now from Danny Younglum, please.
I'm here.
Thank you. Would you like to make a statement?
So I was the PIC from roughly September 2020 till last year. So I'm no longer working for the company. And as far as I can tell you, it's like a tool they provide me to work. So I only access whatever granted for me to use. So the website provide the prescription. So we went through like filling prescription at any pharmacy, which is all legit. We have the record of everything. And everything, we verify the customer address, verify with the customer that they do want a service before we send them out to the customer. And that's it. Thank you very much.
I have a question. The prescriptions that were received that you filled when you worked at Nixona Pharmacy, were those electronically transmitted or faxed to Nixona, or were they received through the Wellington RX computer system? For Mr. Younglam.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, sorry. So all of them, some of them are directly e-prescribed to Pioneer, and some of them are faxed with the signature, and we just do the website, and some of them are recorded down, almost like a voicemail type of, retrieve the voicemail, and that's also from the website.
Thank you. Board members, do you have questions that you'd like to pose?
I do. So can you verify, so Wellington RX, does it have a permit to practice pharmacy?
No, not
So
a
Wellington RX is, from my understanding, is a tool provided for me from upper management. So unfortunately, I apologize. I did not know they have or have not have a license. I thought it's just a tool, like when I show up to work, like anywhere, the CVS, Walmart, or mail order off them, they all have a tool. I did not get the detail of the tool.
I can answer that question. It's a MSO. There's a contractual agreement between Nixona and Wellington RX.
I'm not sure that answers it. Do
But
they have?
they're not a licensed pharmacy, no.
They're not?
No.
And who works there? Are they pharmacists, technicians? That's for council, not for Mr. Younglam.
I don't have that specific level of detail of who the employees are at Wellington RX.
Who trains the employees?
That they, I don't suspect that they are licensees.
Who trains the employees that work there? Is it Nixona or Wellington? Or Well RX?
I don't think it's Nixona. I believe
It's Wellington RX.
Wellington RX.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Who trains the
It's Wellington RX.
Did Wellington RX employees perform the duties of pharmacy technicians?
I think in taking a verbal prescription, yes. I mean, at that point, those prescriptions that, but then it was followed by a fax. So there was an authorization, but then a fax was sent to the prescriber, and that fax then went directly to the pharmacy.
Are Wellington RX employees HIPAA trained?
It's HIPAA compliant. I know that they have a HIPAA compliant. The CRM is HIPAA compliant, but I can't speak about the specific employees of the Wellington RX.
So when prescriptions were received into the Wellington RX system, were they then printed out and scanned into Pioneer, or were they transferred between Wellington RX system and Pioneer?
They are printed out and scanned into Pioneer.
And before these prescriptions were shipped out, were the copays collected from the patient's responsibility?
We do not, we send out a envelope to collect the copay.
Is it normal pharmacy practice to release a prescription without receiving payment?
I was told to do so from upper management, like Victor and Sam.
So the marketing company reached out to patients to get permission for them to get their doctor fax for a prescription for 1,000 grams of Emla cream at a time?
I do not know exactly the procedure, how they did it. From where I can see is at the point I start working on this, is they already do all the groundwork, or I do just fulfill the prescription when it came into the system or send it to me.
Is Nixona Pharmacy licensed in all the states that they shipped prescriptions into? For example, the example that we have in our board book is a patient that's located in Florida.
Yes, we do have license hang on the wall. There's like a bunch of state, and every state that we send out, we make sure that we're licensed at the moment.
I don't know if Mr. Younglam should be answering because he doesn't
Yeah,
work
I
currently.
don't think this is.
Well, not like right now, but I
Not
mean,
on
at the
that
time,
particular item at
like
least.
at the time I was working there, is licensed at that time I working there.
I don't want to interrupt you if you have more questions, but I would like to make a motion for legal advice.
Just before we go into legal advice, it almost seems like they have a facility practicing pharmacy that's not permitted because they are speaking to the doctor about a new prescription with folks that are not licensed. And that is practice of pharmacy. We have a motion for legal advice.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We'll be right back. Thank you for patience, everyone. Can we do a roll call?
Mr. Leyva?
Here.
Ms. Davis?
Here.
Ms. Lehan?
Here.
Mr. Tong?
Here.
Mr. Thorwald?
Here,
Ms. Snare? All accounted for, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. Discussion.
I have a question for Mr. Younglam. When you were employed at this business, what steps did you take to verify the prescriptions before you filled them?
If I see anything I need to verify, I will call the doctor. And is that what you're asking?
What were you aware of how the prescriptions got to you?
I'm sorry, one more time?
What was your knowledge of how the prescriptions were brought?
Oh,
to
gotcha. Okay.
like where they originated from?
From the explanation from, I guess, upper management, they say they do all the groundwork by not what the customer want their service. They speak behalf of the patient, contact the doctor, and get the prescription sent to them so they can forward to me to fill the prescription. So I don't get involved until they send me the prescription. And then
Just-
once yes?
Just a comment. I keep hearing this repeatedly. It's kind of putting it on the patient to have known what is allowable. You're saying the patient opted in as if that they had knowledge of what's acceptable and what's not. So I don't like that we're putting that on the patient. I'm asking you what you knew about the origination. Not that the patient opted in. I just don't think that's an acceptable explanation.
I'm a little bit confused on that one.
I mean, just back to the original, you relied on the company to explain how it was brought to you. You didn't investigate of how it came to you.
I did not. I didn't think it was an issue. When I hired, they told me, here's the prescription, fill them, and that's what I do. But I don't have the access to all these people. I only granted, the website only let me use what they granted me. So what I can get is just go to the website and print out a prescription. I do not have the ability to get all the detail.
Mr. Younglam, what was your understanding of the relationship between Wellington RX and Nixona Pharmacy?
From the point of hire, they are the main pharmacy, and we just a fulfillment center.
So is your understanding that they were a pharmacy?
Well, the whole time I worked there, I thought they are pharmacy and pharmacists from out of state.
Okay, just a few things that I think might align us here, and some are in our control, and I think some need to be looked at a little bit deeper as well. I beg to differ on the definition of shared services versus a marketing service organization or contract. I think there's not validity of doing the functions that they did in the state of Arizona, as mentioned in the board reading and on public record here today. It's my opinion as a board that we should issue a cease and desist to Wellington RX for the practice of shared services, what they're doing in violation, and that the Nixona Pharmacy should be issued a cease and desist as using or accepting prescriptions through a marketing agreement, such as the one with Wellington RX. I think we should do $1,000 fine for each of the 6 instances that were on record here today that were brought forward. And then the last thing that I think that we need to do is to dive a little bit deeper and refer this to the appropriate agency within the AG's office, including board file, the audio, any evidentiary information that we have here in front of us today, specifically looking at the billing and looking at the definition of shared services in Arizona.
I second that.
I have a point of clarity. The fines are disciplinary, correct?
Yes.
Thank
And then I would like the opinion of the board on the practice of probation or on the use of probation for the site and a reinspection at the owner's cost.
I modify my second to include that.
Madam Chair, just for point of discussion, Mr. Hyber, do we have a list of other partnerships Wellington might have with other pharmacies?
In reviewing Officer Hess's records, it looks like there may have been some discussion around that, but it wasn't clear to me. So I think would probably be appropriate to ask the permit holder to provide us. Because here's the thing, I think I don't think the marketing entity just services one pharmacy. I think their role is to try to contract with multiple small pharmacies like this to aid them in their, ability to grow their business.
So Mr. Leba, if you can add to maybe your motion to subpoena those records, the other partnerships that they may have.
And subpoena those records of the other partnerships that they may have.
And I modify my second to include that.
Is there any further discussion? All right, I think we'll take a roll call.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Dr. Tong,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald, Ms. Snare. Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Motion carries. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think this seems like a good time to break for lunch. We'll see you back here in 1 hour. Welcome back, everybody. Let's start with a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Leba,
Here.
Ms. Davis,
Present.
Ms. Lehan,
Present.
Mr. Tong,
Here.
Mr. Thorwald,
Here,
Ms. Nair.
Here.
All accounted for with 2 absence, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We didn't quite finish adjudicating the last case, so we wanted to see if Mr. Youngland was still on the line.
I'm still here.
Thank you. We had some ideas about how to proceed. Didn't know if board members had any additional questions or comments for Mr. Youngland.
Madam Chair, I would recommend that we assign Mr. Youngland, when filling prescriptions, it's important to know the source of your prescriptions and understand where they're coming from, regardless of what your employer is telling you, where that came from. I mean, it's an inherent responsibility of the pharmacist. I think that we could have done better in this case than just simply saying, I don't know, or that's the way it's always been. I would have checked into that just a little bit more. I think that some continued education, and I would recommend that it be disciplinary for Mr. Youngland, 6 hours of continued education in Arizona law on rules and regulations. And that's a broad topic, but he can fill those in, I think might help a little bit
Is that your motion?
with standard terms.
Okay.
yes.
Second.
Any further questions or discussion? All right, can we take a roll call?
Certainly, Madam Chair.
who is the second?
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And we also wanted to clarify that for the record, the length of probation in the previous case for Nixona Pharmacy was 2 years. We didn't know if that was clear to the public. Okay, we're going to move on to 28E complaint 22-0575. Banner Baywood Hospital and Sean Riley are the respondents. You're being outnumbered over there. Welcome. Please introduce yourselves.
Good afternoon, Mary Manning, Executive Director for Acute Care Pharmacy Services for Banner Health.
Abir Corey, Director of Pharmacy and PIC for Banner Baywood Medical Center.
Marky Stewart, attorney representing the pharmacist involved in this incident, Sean Riley, who's present today and seated to my right.
Sean Riley.
And Roger Morris, counsel for Banner.
Welcome.
Dennis Wagner, Compliance Officer.
All right. Will you please go ahead with your summary, Mr. Wagner?
Yes, ma'am. A letter was received from the pharmacist in charge at a hospital that described the event that occurred when a pharmacist received an order for 2.5 milligrams of digoxin IV push. During the verification process, the system alerted the pharmacist to a dose range check to validate the dose. During the verification process, the system said that already. The pharmacist overrode this DUR, selecting pharmacist discretion as the reason. The order was completed without further clarification. A nurse accessed the total dose and administered it to the patient.
Thank you. Would you guys like to provide a statement or narrative?
Sure. Roger Morris again on behalf of Banner. I'm going to speak, and then Ms. Stewart's going to speak on behalf of the pharmacist, and then we're going to have the pharmacist and the other folks here give you a little bit of summary of what went on. Everything Mr. Wagner.
Mr. Morris, can you, just for the people that might
I'm
be on the
sorry.
audience so they can
Just
hear
a little
you?
closer.
Thank you.
I'm not usually hard to hear, as everybody knows. So What Mr. Wagner described is absolutely correct. Let me just give you a little bit more detail so it makes some more sense. This was a hospitalized patient. Doctor ordered the prescription and actually ordered the prescription by texting the nurse an order for 2.5 milligrams of digoxin push. The nurse looked at that, entered it into the electronic system, which automatically feeds into the pharmacy system. At which point pharmacist Riley was the person who was looking at it. This is all fairly stat and urgent that's going on. And an alert popped up. He missed it, went through it, and he'll explain to you what happened with it and what he's done to change that going forward. And the digoxin was then released in the sense that it was available from the Pyxis machine, where it was immediately taken and administered to the patient. There were unfortunate consequences to that. The reversal agents were ordered immediately, but the patient expired 2 hours later. This is a very unfortunate case. Everyone is very upset about it, and there have been a number of changes that the hospital and the pharmacists have done from this. I'm going to let the hospital's folks talk to you about what they've done in terms of procedure to try and prevent this and anything like this ever occurring again in the future. But again, it started with the doctor made an error in his order. The nurse communicated what the doctor ordered correctly, but didn't recognize the need, what it should have been on this one. And then the pharmacist missed the dosage alert for it. So with that, Ms. Stewart, I think you were next.
Yeah, and so I've asked Sean Riley to provide you with a summary of how he authorized the digoxin order that's at issue in this case and the corrective actions that he has taken as a result of his error, which are in addition to the comprehensive corrective actions that Banner Baywood has taken. But before I ask Sean to talk to you about how this incident occurred, I'd just like to note that Sean Riley has been a registered pharmacist since 2005. He holds pharmacy licenses in 3 states, California, Illinois, and Arizona. His entire pharmacist career has been spent in the acute care hospital setting, and he has spent the last 7 years as a clinical staff pharmacist at Banner Baywood Medical Center. He has never been involved in an investigation, a complaint, or disciplinary proceeding by any state's pharmacy board until this incident. In this matter, Sean has done the right thing by admitting that he made a mistake, accepting responsibility for that error, and doing everything in his power to ensure that this situation does not repeat itself. Now, of course, the board must be concerned about ensuring the safety of the public. However, we submit to you that as a result of this incident, Sean is now perhaps among the most cautious and conscientious hospital pharmacists. We respectfully request that the board consider Sean's willingness to accept responsibility for this error, his sincere remorse over this incident, and his commitment to ensuring that such an error does not occur again in determining the appropriate outcome. Thank you. Sean.
Before I go into what actually happened on that day, I would like to make it clear from the outset that I do accept full responsibility for my oversight in this situation. I'm taking this matter very seriously, and I'd like to express that I feel remorse about my role in this incident, and I'm sorry for my mistake. As she mentioned, I have been a pharmacist for almost 18 years now, and have never been involved in an error, even remotely like this. This event has caused me to be extra cautious about my work. This has been a very humbling reminder that I am human and have made a mistake, and I'm doing everything in my power to ensure that this does not happen again. So now I'll just describe what happened in that order. The order came, it was an electronic order. It came into our verification queue. I went into that order and I was commencing my verification process. And at that moment, I received a phone call. And usually when we receive a phone call, we're going to need to go into a patient's profile. So at that moment, I was preparing to go into I was preparing to clear the window so I could go into another patient. And it was that moment, that particular order, where I just verified it without being cognizant of what the order was and without being cognizant that I just overrode the alert. And I finished verifying it and then helped the phone call. And as a result of me verifying that order, the nurse was then able to get the medication out of the Pyxis machine in the ICU unit. And that's what happened in terms of verifying the order. To correct this, I've completed 14 hours of CEs relating to medication safety and patient safety. And I made 3 changes to my daily workflow. First, when I receive a phone call, because we still get phone calls, I don't just try to get out of whatever I'm doing. I'm now going to a new window, helping out the phone call, and then I'll return to the existing order. So I won't be distracted by anything that was currently going on. Next, I've built in a double check process into the way that I verify orders. Before I actually perform the verification, I'm doing a review of dosages and the dosage amount, like number of tabs, volumes, that kind of thing, and looking to see if there'd be any issues within the orders that I'm about to verify. So I've done a first check, and then I actually go through and verify it. And at that time, I'll be looking at it again. And then lastly, I've just made a more conscious effort to pay attention to any alerts that fire, including like a dosage alert. Finally, I just want to reiterate that I do take full responsibility for this, for my role in this, and I am committed to never allowing this to happen again. I guess we'll take questions.
Before we do that, I want to have Abir talk to you about what we've done at the facility level. Abir.
Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. So as obviously it's a very unfortunate incident that occurred at our facility, and when event was identified, we took immediate actions to identify the root cause of the error and ensure that it never happens again. So we took action from both the pharmacy department level, the facility level, as well as the system level, again, to ensure this error doesn't occur in the future and any future errors were prevented. So from a pharmacy perspective, we obviously informed our team members. We said, this is the error that occurred. This is what happened. We need everybody to be very vigilant about how you're verifying orders and ensuring that those are thoroughly assessed. We also created and discussed error prevention strategy methods with our team. So both pharmacists and technicians were more mindful of the tasks that they were doing. And one of the strategies we introduced is called STAR. So it stands for Stop, Think, Act, and Review. And it really is more of a self-checking process where the pharmacists or tech, whatever tasks that they're performing, because we tend to be in automated mode, right? We're so drilled into doing something so routinely that it becomes automatic, but really taking a few seconds to say, stop, what am I doing? Is this appropriate? Is this right? And really enforcing that principle, because doing that ensures that, the responsibility of patient safety is everybody's responsibility. And so that was one of the things that we introduced. And one of the other things we did is we took a commitment from everybody as an iPledge board. So we asked every team member within our facility, within our department, to commit to doing one thing safer so that each and every order or every medication dispensed is appropriate and so on. So many of our team members committed to doing some error prevention strategies. And some of those included completely stopping all actions when verifying an order, when an alert fires, reading the patient label carefully to ensure correct medication is dispensed, double checking medications when loading them into devices, and pausing to review and double check the work before submitting. So those are some of the things that they committed to. And we shared these strategies actually at 2 Department of Pharmacy meetings at the system level, just to bring awareness and help kind of share these mindful strategies with other departments and facilities, just so that they can make their teams aware. We also imposed a limit on how many vials of digoxin are available in the Pyxis machine, so that only a number of limited digoxin vials may be loaded at a time, thus preventing a tenfold error. And then we also implemented a phone triage training and phone tree system to help create a minimal distraction environment for the pharmacist. So we engaged our IT communication center to help develop a phone tree system. So it routed physician calls directly to the pharmacist and nursing calls, which are the majority of the calls, to our pharmacy technician workstation. So by creating that differentiation pathway, it allowed for a reduction of interruptions during order verification for the pharmacist, as well as reducing the urgency to having to answer that phone. And then lastly, we did offer well-being resources to our pharmacists just to kind of help through our employee assistant program in the event they wanted to discuss the case further, just so that the personal impact that this has on the pharmacist is really grave, and just to help support them from that standpoint so that that error doesn't impede their future ability to perform their duties down the road. So from a facility level, we convened a multidisciplinary committee to do a root cause analysis and really investigate the event. So this is a standard procedure after these types of events to look at what happened, where did something go wrong, and how can we fix it and identify appropriate solutions. And then with an RCA, it looks at resolving the underlying cause. So fixing something at the systematic level is more efficient and effective than just treating the symptoms or putting out the fire. So in addition, our C-suite sent out immediate communication to both our medical staff and nursing teams to cease text message orders. So those were not allowed or permitted. And then providers were highly encouraged to enter their own orders, and they were encouraged to do that even if they weren't at the facility where a computer was available. They were encouraged to download our platform, EHR platform, on their mobile devices, laptops, things along those lines to help facilitate order entry when they weren't physically in the building, unless otherwise, emergencies or something along those lines. And then lastly, I just wanted to say I have worked with Sean for the last 6 years as his direct supervisor. And during that time, Sean has not made a mistake of this nature at all. Actually, he's a very pragmatic and conscientious pharmacist. However, as part of our disciplinary process through this event, we did place Sean in corrective action just to ensure that this type of error never happens again. And then moving forward, we actually, the system level, did do a couple of updates to our medication order processing. So the update was made to incorporate, to reflect that text message orders were not permitted. And then we also engaged Cerner, which is our electronic health record platform, at a higher level to review and optimize our alerts. So looking at our clinical decision support and how to better optimize them, specifically dose range checking, in efforts to decrease alert fatigue.
Thank you. Mary's going to talk to you about some changes Banner made on a system-wide basis from this.
So Abir did cover the majority of it. Like she said, we did have her at 2 different director meetings to talk about the changes that they made in the pharmacy to make the pharmacists more conscientious and aware of potential safety risks. The dose range checking alerts, we've engaged Cerner. That is ongoing work because there are lots and lots of different alerts that fire. There's dose range checking, and there's duplicate orders, there's allergy alerts, there's all sorts of different things that fire, and we're trying to decrease the amount of noise to help prevent any alert fatigue that may happen. We also took our medication orders policy, as Abir mentioned, and texting orders is prohibited. We considered this texting of order was taken as a verbal order. We have monitors in place to look at our facilities and see the amount of verbal orders that are coming in with a target of decreasing the amount of verbal orders that physicians use. And then along with that, that goes to prevent those verbal orders, adding the platform, the Cerner platform, onto their mobile devices. So this is a safety event that we do not take lightly at all. It's a very serious event, and anything that we can do from a system level to prevent this from happening, we take it very seriously and want to make sure that we can optimize our systems so that we don't have the Swiss cheese model effect and affect another patient.
If there are any questions, folks are happy to answer those.
I have several questions, but I'll just start off. You, as far as the full system, did you implement the phone tree at other hospital sites?
We do have phone trees at some of our sites, just on the logistics and how the physical setup. It's not possible to do that at all sites, but we do have sites that are looking at moving forward with it.
Okay, and you kind of touched on this, but does your EHR have like acceptable dosages? Like if you're trying to enter an order, it's not available or something, you know, some kind of, kind of touched on that.
It does. So that was a dose range checking alert that did pop up on Sean's screen. We also do have what we call order sentences that have normal doses automatically populated.
That's what I was
When the nurse entered it, she deleted that and changed it to the 2.5 milligrams.
Okay, yeah, that's more along what I was, yeah. And do you still, for Sean, you still work at Banner, is what I understand? Okay.
Yes.
What's your opinion about the changes that they've made that support you in moving forward?
Well, the phone tree helps. I mean, getting less phone calls because we field a lot of phone calls, and that helps when the technicians can be the first line to receive the phone call. I think my personal changes are the ones that have affected me the most. The dose range alerts, like just alert fatigue, that's ongoing thing, and that will be helpful
Right.
going on.
Yeah, that was the other, my last question was just about the alert fatigue. You said you've taken some steps, but can you remind me what they were?
So we've engaged Cerner to do a lot of analytics to find out what are the alerts that are firing the most, and are they valuable alerts, to see if we can turn those off. Because when you dispense, what do we do, 32 million doses a year, that can be a lot of alerts, with lots of processes coming across. So that is work that is ongoing, engaging Cerner to dig into the analytics more, and then get approval to decrease the number of alerts.
I have a question. So digoxin comes in 0.25 milligram per mil amps and vials,
2
right?
ml 2 ml amps.
Okay, and so the nurse would have had to break and pull up 5 ampules. Wouldn't that have triggered a, maybe something's not right here, also correspondingly on the nursing side?
I can't speak about the
To
nurse.
the extent the nursing board and the medical board are also looking at this, those are their issues.
Could you talk to me a little bit about the texting? So was this from were they hospital devices to another device? What was that? And honestly, I don't know. Is that a standard that goes on in hospital setting?
It was cell phone to cell phone.
So they were personal cell phone to personal cell phone. Got it.
And Mr. Lee, but this is the equivalent of the doctor whispering in his nurse's ear, please order this for me. He just did it textually, and he put 2.5 rather than 0.25. Whether that was intentional that he wanted 2.5 and he just and didn't understand it, or missed the decimal point, still unclear.
Got it. So then the nurse took that message and put it into the computer system.
The nurse entered accurately what the doctor sent.
Transcribed. Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Real quick, is the texting thing, is that common in hospitals like that?
So it's hard to know because it's personal device to personal device. And that is also why we changed our policy to prohibit that from, if a physician texts a nurse or a pharmacist, they're not allowed to take that as an order. They have to pick up the phone and call.
And thinking out loud here, that's not a secure process. It might be a HIPAA violation there as well. I think my question, if I may ask, is I know we're talking about alerts, alert fatigue and all that, but 2.5 milligrams is considerably high. And I think a pharmacist would identify that without an alert.
It was obviously incorrect. I was never actually cognizant of what I was verifying at the time because of the distraction with the phone call.
Often do you think on a daily basis you're adjusting or correcting, modifying a dose or alerting a physician of an error?
Tens of times.
Is that something that's ever documented by Banner or any other that you're aware of?
So we do, our pharmacists, anytime they clarify orders outside of protocol, do ad hoc. So they do document that interaction they had with the provider within the patient's medical record. In addition, if there are really big variations, we enter them into our medication safety error reporting online portal. And those get reviewed through our med safety, quality council, and all of those meetings as well.
Mr. Gandhi, I've entered orders into the EHR system through Cerner. And that's what I was asking. Only certain options were available, only certain strengths that actually existed were available. And so it would not even be possible to order something like this high. It just wouldn't even be available. That's why I was just kind of wondering if maybe, just shortening what's available.
So yeah, that's actually a good point. We actually made modifications to how people order Digoxin. And so now it only is orderable through a power plan. So it creates that safety mechanism where you have to go specifically into not just an order sentence that's modifiable, but a pre-built power plan. And that's what the Cerner language is. They're built in for disease state specific indications, and they're already pre-populated with the correct orders. So that wouldn't happen again.
And you completed 14 hours of CE?
I think the certificates were included in the submission to the board.
You're no longer doing text, but are you doing email? Any other method?
No, that's never been a method we've used.
Okay.
And again, Mr. Thorwald, to be clear, this wasn't the pharmacy doing the text. This was the doctor to the nurse doing the text.
And that's what I was asking,
no,
if
understood.
that's still happening.
Understood.
I'd like to say that for you, Mr. Riley, I'm impressed with the self-reflection on the work habits and the different things that you could do to prevent this for the future. It's always unfortunate when there's a mistake that occurs, but I feel like it's so important to review what has been done and what changes could be necessary to prevent it in the future. So, I commend for all the things that you've done to make your practice safer. And then also for Banner, I feel like there's been a lot of nice, changes that are significant changes that will be very helpful for keeping everybody safe. So thank you.
I agree. And I would be happy to make a motion to accept maybe order 14 hours of non-disciplinary CE and accept what's already been done. And commend you on the corrective actions you've all taken.
I would second that.
Any further discussion or questions?
This relates to Mr. Riley, and we'll take a vote on that, and then you can address whether there's any action against Banner Bailiff.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Does anyone have any opinions of anything for the permit holder?
It's tricky in my opinion, because the part and the why I asked the questions about the texting is that was concerning to me. That was done outside of the pharmacy permit, to my understanding. Is that correct? So I would address that if that was within that chain, but it was not.
Yeah, it appears as if the permit made a lot of changes to improve their practice and prevent future errors of the same kind. It doesn't appear that there was anything deficient in the actual system itself, except maybe excessive alerts, which anyone who's worked in any pharmacy ever deals with. So it seems like that there's been a lot of movement towards helping improve the process.
The only other thing I would have done was refer to the appropriate boards for the disciplines, and that's already been done as well.
I don't know that we know that.
I just heard it. That's all where I was
Like
going.
that, I said, that's a matter for those boards.
Oh.
To the
I'm not involved.
extent,
I
he said
apologize.
to the extent,
Got
but I
it.
don't know that we know there's been a referral.
And I think that would be prudent to include in a motion would be to, and if, I don't even know if it's a motion Dr. Ghani needed, but to refer the case to the medical board and to the nursing board. I'm sure it has, but for thoroughness,
What about the potential HIPAA violations with the text messages?
I think they'll review that too on that nursing board.
Can I address something about the HIPAA? When we were doing text, there was no HIPAA violation because no patient information was ever included. The only thing that would be used, at least from me and I believe with my colleagues, was like a room number. That was it. The names, stuff like that was never included.
Thank you for the clarification. Does anyone want to make a motion here regarding the permit?
I make a motion to take no action and accept the corrective actions that they've already taken.
And refer the matter to the appropriate agencies.
Yeah. I thought it was already done.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you for being here today. Okay, we're gonna move on to case 28F, which is complaint 220651 against Monir Adel Al-Janazi. I don't know if the complainant is present.
Good afternoon. Adam Palmer is appearing with Mr. Al-Jazani as his lawyer. I am licensed to practice in Arizona.
Welcome. Ms. Kionavong, would you like to give a summary?
Certainly. Good afternoon, board members. On November 7th, 2022, Walmart Pharmacy notified the board office that Mr. Al-Jazani was terminated for gross misconduct, specifically accessing the pharmacy operating software to obtain the contact information of a patient to send pictures of himself to the patient. Board staff opened a complaint against Mr. Al-Jazani's license on the same day. On November 18th, board staff sent Walmart a subpoena for its investigative file. And a few days later, they responded with a variety of documentation, including a statement from Michael Petrick, Market Health and Wellness Director, that Mr. Al-Jazani was terminated for the reasons that I just described. The statement also indicated that the incident was internally reported as a HIPAA breach. Walmart also provided documentation of Mr. Al-Jazani's employment termination. They provided a statement from Keplen Lopez, who is not a licensee of this board, indicating that he interviewed Mr. Al-Jazani regarding the allegations and that Mr. Al-Jazani denied the allegations. Walmart also provided a statement from pharmacist Dewada Perez discussing how the patient reported the incident to her and how she responded. And finally, a statement from technician trainee Manuel Sanchez responding to a hypothetical question about what would happen if someone accessed personal information and sent inappropriate pictures to his partner. On November 18th, 2022, board staff sent Mr. Al-Jazani a complaint notice and subpoena. On November 29th, Mr. Palmer responded with a notice of appearance and response. In the response, Mr. Al-Jazani denied committing any gross misconduct or abusing the pharmacy operating software for personal use outside of work. He also denied ever sending photographs of himself to any customer or patient or ever obtaining customer or patient information for his own personal benefit or use. In his response, Mr. Al-Jazani indicated that he was wrongfully terminated. He also indicated that in the days prior, he was threatened by a Walmart customer who demanded that he steal Percocet from the pharmacy while he was on duty, or this individual was going to inflict harm upon him. In his response, Mr. Al-Jazani also indicated that he filed an incident report with the Glendale Police Department. And he believes and had belief that this customer or patient made the false report to Walmart, which resulted in his termination. There is a copy of the Glendale Police Department incident report in your file near the end. On December 14th, staff requested additional information from Walmart. When Walmart was asked if Mr. Al-Jazani provided Walmart a written statement, Walmart responded that he refused. When Walmart was asked if there was any evidence that Mr. Al-Jazani accessed the pharmacy operating software for reasons other than his job duties, Walmart responded that there was no evidence other than access to the patient's contact information. When Walmart was asked about the dates on or about which Mr. Al-Jazani accessed the pharmacy operating software to obtain the patient's information for the purpose of sending photographs of himself, Walmart was unable to provide a response. And when asked about the dates on or about which Mr. Al-Jazani allegedly sent photographs of himself to the patient, Walmart was unable to provide a response. On January 6th, board staff made a final request for information from Walmart. They responded with an Excel spreadsheet of data that demonstrated Mr. Al-Jazani's access to the pharmacy operating software. This information was provided to you in a separate link. In his response to board staff, in his response to board staff, Mr. Al-Jazani also indicated that he is not currently working in pharmacy. And his employment profile with the board does not include his employment history with Walmart. One final thing I'll mention is when this complaint was recommended or voted to conference, the board did ask for a representative from Walmart to be present to make any statements. And I believe somebody from Walmart might be here today. And that's all I have.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can we confirm whether someone representing Walmart is on the line?
Hello, this is Shelley Testison. I work on the Walmart Health and Wellness Pharmacy Practice Compliance team, and we're here if you have any questions for the permit. I'm appearing via Zoom, and then there's also Market Health and Wellness Director Michael Petrick. He should be there in person if you have any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Palmer or Mr. Al-Jazani, would you like to make a statement?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Mr. Al-Jazani was wrongfully terminated by Walmart. We are in the process of pursuing a claim against Walmart for that wrongful termination. Had a minimal tertiary investigation been conducted regarding these allegations, Walmart would have learned that the alleged complainant had stolen from Walmart in 2017. Mr. Al-Jazani had caught him, chased him out of Walmart for the theft of items. Mr. Al-Jazani was subsequently transferred to a different store for his safety, so he won't have to confront this person potentially in the future. He was then subsequently transferred again, ultimately arriving at the 59th Avenue and Northern store where this incident allegedly occurred. At that time, the complainant saw Mr. Al-Jazani in the pharmacy and said, "Oh, this is where you've been gone to now. This is where you've transferred to." And then he demanded that he produce Percocet. And he said, "If you don't give me the Percocet, you can do it. You have access to it. If you don't give it to me, I'm going to shoot you." And this obviously scared Mr. Al-Jazani. A few days later, he was in the parking lot of Walmart, and the complainant approached him again and said, "You better get me this Percocet or I'm going to shoot you." And that really scared Mr. Al-Jazani. He then contacted the city of Glendale. He filed an incident report several weeks before he was wrongfully terminated. And you have that, and you produced it on October 21, 2022. The incident type was a threat as listed. The location of the information was Walmart location where Mr. Al-Jazani was working. And under the comments section, it says basically that he works at the pharmacy. A male was asking him for medication, and if he didn't give it to him, he was going to hurt him very bad. What's interesting, I wanted to point out to the board, is that Mr. Al-Jazani said the suspect's name was Teki Meskel, which you'll see on page 2 of the incident report. There's no address listed for this gentleman at all. Had Mr. Al-Jazani used the pharmacy equipment, this software, for improper purposes, he would have had this gentleman's correct name, which I understand now from the paperwork that the board had that's been produced to us. The suspect's name is Henson Sevilla, not Teki Meskel. Again, Mr. Al-Jazani did not have his address. It wasn't provided to the police. if someone was threatening him to hurt him or to shoot him, he'd want that person arrested, but he didn't have his correct name or his address. So any documents that were produced by Walmart, we've gone through them. They really don't make sense to us, and I don't think they make sense to the board. Just a bunch of numbers and codes back in July, months before this alleged incident occurred. And they simply show that Mr. Al-Jazani used the Walmart system to conduct Walmart business. When we looked at the statements that were provided by Walmart, they said a whole bunch of nothing. Allegedly, the complainant, Mr. Sevilla, came in with his wife, showed some pictures of someone's genitalia to a manager, and the manager subsequently terminated Mr. Al-Jazani. Mr. Al-Jazani vehemently denied that he sent any personal pictures of himself to anyone. He then turned over his personal cell phone to the manager and said, "Go through my cell phone. You'll see no pictures in there." And she didn't do that. I saw in the response, Walmart claims that Mr. Al-Jazani refused to write a written statement. That wasn't true. He was so shocked and surprised by this, he kept asking, "Where's the proof? Where's the proof? Where's the picture?" And there's no evidence that Mr. Al-Jazani's personal cell phone was used. There's no cell phone number produced. There's no pictures, whether nude or otherwise, that have been produced in this case. It's just allegations by a person who was trying to get Percocet for Mr. Al-Jazani. And because he refused to provide that illegally, he was wrongfully terminated by Walmart. Mr. Al-Jazani has been an employee of Walmart prior to his wrongful termination for 5 years, had never been disciplined. He received raises. He was awarded Employee of the Month on one occasion for stopping theft by a customer of Walmart's. This discipline has totally come out of the poor allegations, made up allegations, unsubstantiated allegations by a drug-seeking person that Mr. Al-Jazani would not give medications to. Mr. Al-Jazani is here to answer any questions that the board has. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement. Would anyone from Walmart like to make a statement?
I do not have anything at this time unless Michael does.
Okay, do any board members have any questions from any of the parties?
I have a couple questions. The complainant against him, did they provide the phone numbers that the messages, these images came from?
If I can respond, Mr. Thorwald, I just want to be clear that the complainant in this case, this was a complaint opened by board staff upon receiving notification from Walmart. And I believe that the complainant, Mr. Palmer, is referring to in the situation he's describing is a little bit different. So I just want to make that distinction for the record.
Then what is that relationship between the two parties that they're being described here?
I'd have to defer to Mr. Palmer to respond to that because that's not clear to me.
Was there any, also I would ask, was there, did Mr. Walzani file any kind of police report saying that somebody was trying to manipulate him to provide drugs?
Yes, he filed a incident report with the Glendale Police, which was provided to the board, and I believe council's.
What I'm getting at, was that filed prior to his termination or after his termination?
He was terminated on November 3rd. The incident report was filed October 21st, several weeks prior to being terminated.
Thank you.
I have a question for legal counsel. So you're saying that because he didn't, this customer that was upset with him, because he didn't supply what he wanted, they're the source of the texted pictures? Is that what you're saying?
It's my understanding from looking at the witness statements provided by Walmart to the board that was shown to a manager, the complainant, Henson Savella, and his wife went to the pharmacy. He pulled out his cell phone and allegedly showed a picture of a male's genitalia to the Walmart manager, a pharmacy manager, and claimed that one of your pharmacists sent me these, and somehow.
I got that, but how do you make that jump? That it was the customer that was upset, not actually coming from your client? I'm curious.
I guess I don't understand your question.
So maybe I'm confused, and if I am, I apologize. Are you saying the incident with the police report with the customer that threatened him for whatever it was, Percocet, and he didn't do it, they're behind these nude pictures and he's set up with that?
Yes.
How do you have proof?
This
That's
is
what I'm asking. Where do we make that speculation?
Well, this is the gentleman that Mr. Al-Jazari had caught stealing back in 2017. Then in 2020, in October of 2022, when this happened, he saw him working at the new Walmart, and that's where he confronted him at the new Walmart for the Percocet. And when he didn't provide the Percocet, he then threatened to shoot him, and then all of a sudden, this complaint has come up.
But you don't know is all I'm saying. I don't know if it happened or not. But you don't know either. You're just giving that as a theory, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then for Walmart, wherever that may be, the pharmacy manager said that she witnessed that. Was there confirmation of the actual employee in the picture besides the lower half? Did we see a face? Yes. Yes.
Sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
State your name for the record.
My name is Michael Petrick. I'm a market health and wellness director with Walmart. I oversee the pharmacy operations of the store that Mr. Al-Jazani was terminated from. And so with the initial complaint, the pharmacy manager, Dewada Perez, was able to confirm the images were in fact Mr. Al-Jazani.
So she saw his face.
She saw his face.
Okay. And is that board staff, is that in writing in any of our statements in here?
On page 5467, the pharmacy manager names this Henson Sevilla person as the person that showed the photo, which corroborates Mr. Palmer's statements.
Doesn't say that. It doesn't say that he's positively identified in the picture that I could find.
Was the
I don't think I follow
person that saw the photos in that phone, was that phone number associated with those photos his phone number?
I'm not sure. I'd have to follow back up with the pharmacy manager.
Because anybody could take a picture and send it. It seems like a verification you would want to have that phone number from the other person's phone that would show that. I mean, there are links here that can clearly verify this, but I just haven't seen them or heard them yet. So I have both sides. I haven't seen anything from Walmart that clearly verifies this in the documentation. I certainly haven't seen it from your former employee either. So I would like to see something that really clarifies this.
There's a name and a phone number of the person that showed this photo to the pharmacy manager, Dewada Perez. Do you know that if that person was ever contacted for proof, of that text message rather than just a visual showing and then?
I believe I'd have to follow back up with Dewada to get you specifics and which we can do. Believe that conversation was in depth. She did look at the phone. They did verify the contact. She did, from my understanding and talking with Dewada, she did do her due diligence to the best she can in that situation.
My question is for Mr. Al-Jazani. Are you familiar with the person who brought in the photo of allegedly of you? Are you familiar with them outside of work?
No, ma'am.
you don't have any kind of personal relationship in any way?
No.
Also, what evidence does Walmart have that a HIPAA violation occurred? I know that it says that it looked the patient up in the system, but how do we know it wasn't for business purposes?
Shelley, can you help me out with this one?
What
Like,
was
for-
the last part of that question? It trailed off just a little bit. My apologies.
How do you know if he did actually look up this particular person in the system? And if he did, how do we know it wasn't for a legitimate business purpose?
We were not able to confirm that. We do have access record logs that show that Mr. Al-Najazi has had accessed the records in the past, but we cannot confirm what if it was for a business purpose or if it was for another purpose at that time. We just know that he did access those records in the past.
From my perspective, without any proof, it's hard to say that this event even occurred. With artificial intelligence, you can deep fake all sorts of things, and we don't have a record of the text message from the cell phone company. It's right now just a he said, she said situation. So I don't see any violation here on behalf of the licensee.
I feel the same way. I don't know, like Walmart has opportunity to provide something like they've never filled a prescription they've never had their initials on any refills or something. I don't know. They've never like made it clear to me that him accessing this patient was a violation. So I feel the same way.
I have the question for the AG's office. Can we access or request the phone records for both parties to see if in fact it did come from one to the other?
You could issue that subpoena, yes, from their carriers.
It seems like that would be one way to prove this one way or the other.
Well, maybe. I mean, you can get someone's address or email information online. You know, there's so many ways.
Well, yes, but if you're sending pictures and you're texting it, you're going to have records of that. Not the pictures, of course, what was sent, but there's certainly records of that communications on what days they may have occurred. So if you have something on those dates that this allegedly occurred, that would give you a good indication that in fact, it did happen. On the other hand, if nothing happened during that time frame, it would give you an indication that it did not happen.
Well, but you think that would still solve for the fact that you may have gotten the information elsewhere? I mean, it may be proof that they had some kind of relationship or something, but where you got the information from would still be in question.
Let's see. That's true, and I concur. It could have been a HIPAA, but we don't have that information to verify that. And I'm just simply saying that we don't even know if this whole thing took place clearly because nobody has provided that information to us. But this would be another way to potentially get that if we felt like it was worthwhile going to the next step.
I don't know that it is. I'll make a motion to dismiss. We don't have enough evidence, so my motion's to dismiss this.
I'll second.
Madam Chair, if I may, just for discussion, Ms. Galvin, can they dismiss without prejudice in case something does come up so that we can reopen?
You may.
That's probably better.
Isn't that always the case, though? If we had more information, we could bring it back up.
It's difficult. Sometimes it's just better if we note it, that it's still an option if we move that direction.
And it's with prejudice or without. Okay. dismiss without prejudice. Amend my motion.
I'll amend my second. Right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for being here today, everyone. Okay, we're gonna move to 32G special request, which is Yavapai Regional Medical Center West Pharmacy. Looks like an extension for a deviation request.
My camera right there.
I couldn't hear you. Would you please introduce yourself?
This is Bob Goodwillie. I'm the YRMC West Campus Pharmacy Manager.
Thank you. And what brings you here today?
2 years ago, in August, we asked for an exception, a deviation request, so that we could allow pharmacy technicians that are refilling our Pyxis cabinets to change our process to allow them to check through barcode verification in the Pyxis system, all the medications going into the Pyxis cabinets. This excluded all control medications, and none of these are patient-specific meds. And at that time, that deviation request was accepted, and I'm kind of excited to be here today to be able to report, because this was the first deviation request of this type for Arizona. And so I'm kind of pleased to be able to come back and report to the board what happened after the deviation was granted. So as a result of our process change that was granted, we have 10 pharmacy technicians that met the requirements, because there's training and CE that's required, and they have to have a minimum of 1,000 hours of hospital experience. And so we have 10 pharmacy technicians that met those requirements and are checking those medications using barcode technology. And any meds that do not scan properly, those are checked by the pharmacist when they check the control meds, because all control meds are still checked by the pharmacist only, not by technicians. It has improved our workflow and efficiency. It's been a great job satisfier for both the technicians and the pharmacists, because they don't have to wait for the pharmacists to break from what they're doing, and less distractions obviously are an important thing. We haven't really encountered any issues with this process, and at this time we're just looking to continue what we've been doing. Again, we don't want to even explore looking at adding control meds or changing the process in any way from what we've been doing for the last 2 years. It's just been really a good thing for patients, for the pharmacists, and the technicians all around. It's been great. I'd love to entertain any questions.
Adding controlled substance to the deviation request would be a regulation change. Is that your understanding?
Well, we don't have any intention to change the process. We don't want to add control meds into that process. We want to continue to have pharmacists only check control meds.
Well, I'm so glad to hear that your program's been successful. Any board members have any opinions on a motion to extend the deviation request date?
I'll make a motion to approve this request to continue the deviation as outlined.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations and best of luck to you.
Thank you so very much.
Okay, we're gonna go to 32H, a special request from Walgreens Central Fill to extend the deviation request that was granted to them in February 2021. Welcome again.
Hello,
Ye-
Roger Morris, counsel for Walgreens.
Darren Kennedy, Senior Director, West Operations for Micro Fulfillment.
Hello, Tolu Akinwale, Director for Safety and for our Central Fill Program. Thank you.
And as you said, this is a request to extend a deviation that was granted in April of 2021. They opened the Tolleson Micro Fulfillment Center, in your terms, a central fill facility that is currently servicing approximately 400 Walgreens stores. This was the first micro fulfillment center Walgreens opened. There are 9 of them now around the country, with more that will open. And the idea was to take some of the difficult and volume out of the stores to free the pharmacists up in the stores for immunization and patient contact. Currently, this particular facility is filling about 20 million prescriptions annually. From the facility. There has been no change in the labor model in the stores, in the Walgreens stores. The same number of pharmacists and techs are there to be able to do it. And the deviation itself deals with what we call automated PV2. When the canisters themselves are filled, the pharmacist verifies that the canisters are filled accurately. The machines are incapable of making mistakes if the machines are filled accurately, and therefore that final accuracy check for the pharmacist is considered when the canisters are filled, and they don't need to look at the filled prescriptions thereafter. So we're asking to simply continue that for another 2 years.
Any board members have any questions?
Is this barcode technology?
Yes.
I think it's similar to technology assisted verification.
It's barcode and system driven. So once the barcodes are used to confirm accuracy of the product going in, but then the cassette itself is systematically married to where if it doesn't go to the right dispenser, it will not dispense. So both.
Have there been any errors or problems with the system?
There haven't been any errors that have made it to patients, but there have been some things that have resulted in some safety enhancements. Tolu, do you want to comment?
So along the way, this was the very first of the sites, as Roger mentioned. Along the way, we learn continuously. So we implement things over time just to really tighten up safety, patient safety. So one of the things that we did, for example, was that we added additional barcode to steps further downstream, just to continue to improve on that validation. And then also we implemented a lock screen when at the canister replenishment, if a technician were to inadvertently scan the wrong manufacturer bottle, it actually locks the system completely. When we had opened initially, it was just like a warning message, but now it actually locks the system completely, and a pharmacist has to come and investigate and override what happened, and then unlock the system again.
And there probably will be more enhancements over the next 2 years as they learn more on these.
Have any of our compliance officers observed this system in action? No one's been there, huh?
No, I'm certain there are people been there.
I think it was Carol.
There's turnover. Yeah, that's
I
right.
think so. Don't quote me, but
Micro Fulfillment Center does tens of millions of prescriptions a year. It's very micro.
no comment.
Does anyone have any other questions or care to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I think this improves patient safety, so I'm definitely in favor of approving the deviation.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks for coming, guys. Okay, we're gonna go to 32I, which is Brian Mazur's request to retake the NABPLEX exam. Is Brian available?
Right here.
Hi there. Welcome. Can you give us a summary of what you're asking of the board here today?
Yes, I would like to make a request to retake the NAPLEX for the 5th time.
What changes have you made that would allow you to be successful this time?
For a long time now, I was primarily just using RX Prep. I think it was a slightly older edition too. So some of the changes I'm trying to make include getting a newer book. Specifically, I've heard about Past NAPLEX Now. So I'm going to try that now. I recently went to their live board review. I got a really good impression from it, and I feel like that might be the way to go. So I've recently bought their service. I'm going to utilize that, as well as trying to open myself up to any new strategies for studying. I also recently got in contact with my school, and I'm willing to use any additional resources they can recommend as well.
Thank you. Have you taken the MPJE
Yes, I have.
and you passed that?
That is correct.
Okay. Do any board members have any other questions?
Just to comment, Madam Chair, this is the 5th try. And in our state, that's pretty much the last opportunity to take the test. So just want to make the applicant aware.
So yes, just to clarify, this is your last opportunity to take the test. And I don't know if you heard yesterday's meeting, but Mr. Roger Morris mentioned some information about the pass-fail scores that are given now and how NAPLEX will kind of outline what areas you probably need to work on more than others. So I would take that into consideration when you start studying again.
And Mr. Mazur, are you working right now? Are you in a pharmacy working?
Not at this time, no.
Yeah, I always found it helpful. Might think about that. It helps kind of glue everything together, the stuff that you've learned, actually see it in play. So I wouldn't tell you to work 60 hours a week. You should be focused on your studies, but 12 hours a week really could complement what you're learning. It's
I
my
believe
opinion.
he has an
Right.
expired intern license.
Yes, I was about to bring that up. My intern license has expired already.
And when we graduate?
I graduated in 2019.
Yeah, I think the definition is you have to be enrolled in a school of pharmacy. So I'd recommend you work as a technician is what I would recommend.
You could wait until July 1st and then register as a pharmacy technician trainee.
Okay, July 1st, you said?
Yeah, the rules are changing for technician trainee
Oh, to
licenses
register.
versus registrations.
Gotcha.
Regardless, does anyone have any ideas on a motion?
I make a motion to approve taking the NAPLEX for the last time.
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Best of luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Okay, we're gonna go to 32J, which is Galileo Ephraim's request to take the NAPLEX for the 5th time.
Hello, good afternoon, the board members. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to appear in front of the board to request my retake for the 5th time for NAPLEX exam.
Thanks for being here. What plan do you have to pass the NAPLEX this time?
Actually, I'm focusing on the more on a RX prep book and I'm planning to purchase a question bank from RX Prep, and I'm following the Facebook RX group because a lot of people drop their experiences with the NAPLEX exam. I found people who have been in the same situation I was, because there are people who fail like 3-4 times and then they pass. So they explain their experience, their study strategy, and the resources they use for studying. So this time I'm planning to change a different strategy to study the NAPLEX exam. And I feel like I didn't give enough time for the last 4 exams that I took. So this time I'll probably give enough time to study, more hours to study, and like a little bit more time, more time, like maybe 3-4 months of studying, and then I will see myself if I'm ready, and then that's when I can go and then take the exam.
Have you taken the MPJE?
Yeah.
Did you hear the discussion in the previous case regarding how NAPLEX scores are reported now?
Yeah, I heard.
Does anyone have any other further questions or want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the request to take the NAPLEX for the 5th time from Mr. Effman.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're gonna move to 32K, which is Kirk Levengar's request for permission to apply for an intern license to complete 400 hours in order to reinstate his pharmacist license. Welcome. Can you give us a summary of what you're asking for today?
Yes, thank you for taking the time to see me. I'm very thankful. So I'm requesting to be granted an intern license. I haven't practiced pharmacy in quite some time. I became injured approximately 2019, a severe injury that forced me to leave the field after only about 3 years. And I've been a stay-at-home father. And now my health has improved significantly. I've been working on such things as physical therapy, and I've started studying pharmacy again in January with the hopes of returning to the field. I miss it. I want to go back.
Just for clarification, because the dates don't line up in my book, you were a pharmacist from 2006 to 2009, not 19, right?
No, not 19. Oh. I apologize. Not 2019. It's been approximately since 2009.
Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, that's not that long to have been out of it. Is there, what sort of pharmacy field or practice site are you looking to complete your intern hours in?
Likely retail, but I'm open to a hospital as well. I enjoyed my internship hours at the hospital. It's quite fulfilling.
Have you done any CEs in between 2009 and now?
No, I've been holding off. I've told I have about 30 to complete, and I'm looking to start those really soon.
Yeah, we have 30 hours that we have to do every 2 years for a license renewal. Is there any reason, staff, why we couldn't grant another permit? I know that there's some requirements that have to be met to have an intern license. Like typically they have to be enrolled in pharmacy school and things like that. Is there ability for us to make exceptions?
Not with respect to an intern license, I don't believe, because of the requirement that he has to be affiliated with the program.
Where's the 400 coming from my own knowledge? So because he's already been a pharmacist, Why does he need to go back and do? It was a while ago, I know that, but he's going to show competency. Is the 400 somewhere in our regulation half year?
I believe if the pharmacist has been out of the field for an extended period of time, you can grant them the ability to go have additional hours, accumulate 400 hours in order to re-enter the field.
Does it have to be as an intern? As an intern? So then how do we grant as an intern if he's not in a pharmacy school?
Do you plan to apply to pharmacy school?
No,
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
I'm already a
Completely
pharmacist.
sorry. I lost my train of thought, sorry.
That's okay.
So I don't think there's any reason that we don't want you to do this. I think we're just trying to figure out if there's a way in our statutes that we can.
Okay.
Why does he need a designation as an intern? Can he just continue to carry out his plan and re-examine for the licensure and continue on? Do you plan to be working while you're, why is the intern designation needed here?
Mr. Tong, I think it's because that it's been so many years since he's worked as a pharmacist and hasn't kept his license up to date, done his CEs every 2 years, et cetera.
Yeah, I hear that, yes.
Under 201D for a non-practicing pharmacist, before the board reinstates the pharmacist license, if the license is delinquent for 5 or more years and who did not practice pharmacy within the last 12 months. How long has your license been?
Since approximately 2000, I think I let it lapse in 2010, maybe 11.
So, okay, expired in 12, I'm hearing. You have to complete the requirements and appear before the board to furnish satisfactory proof of fitness to be licensed as a pharmacist. The requirements for reinstatement are set forth above. You have to pass the MPGJE or other approved jurisprudence, pay all delinquent annual renew fees and pay penalty.
301. It says they can ask for a waiver. A waiver of the intern requirements
I believe on the next
in
matter.
applying in person.
Would be helpful. But
May request a waiver of the intern license requirements.
He's not an intern, he's already.
I don't have
But I
any
think that was
problem with
to get
that.
them the-
If you know,
To get them the JKH.
Yes.
Mr. Rain intends on discussing this very same issue, he said, in the next case and has some information that may be pertinent, and he offered his services since this gentleman doesn't have any counsel.
It's not up to me.
Be clear, not this gentleman, but he can table his.
Oh, we're gonna table his matter and trade them.
I do have a business card.
He's not providing free legal services.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's table your matter for just a little bit, and then we'll bring up Mr. Rain in the next case, and then we'll come back to you, okay? So we can hopefully get some clarification that allows us to proceed forward for you.
Someone could get the experience required.
I don't. You'd have to pass the PG.
Okay, we're gonna go to 32L. This is discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Mohammed Abu Zara's request to begin the process of reinstating his pharmacist license. Will you please give us a summary of the case at hand?
Thank you, Madam Vice President Michael Rain, on behalf of Mr. Abu Zara, who I'll refer to as Mohammed for the remainder. This is a special request to allow Mohammed to return to the practice of pharmacy. As I noted from the gallery there, that one of the ways he proposes to come back and demonstrate his competence or regain his competence is by obtaining an intern license. So I'll address that in just a minute. But just a brief history, I know it's all in your materials, so I'll be brief, but Mohammed was part of a PAPA program from 2010 to 2016. He successfully completed that program, but subsequently had effectively a relapse. The board offered him another PAPA contract for another 5-year term. This was about 2017-18. And at that time, it just wasn't feasible to him that he would be able to successfully complete that. So he chose to surrender his license. Fast forward a little bit, continued his issues, as we all know, these are lifelong issues, but had personal desire to get help and treatment after his license had been surrendered. And in August of 2021, enrolled himself into inpatient treatment. That's I don't have the specific date, but that's his sobriety date, and entered into inpatient treatment for a number of weeks. That was followed by ongoing outpatient treatment that continues to the present day. Obviously, all the attendant substance use tools, AA and peer groups, and additional support. That's all documented treatment. This just wasn't done privately. We've provided you letters from the facilities to document that he's been in formal treatment settings that whole time. In addition, he went and obtained a fitness for practice evaluation, similar to what you would order licensees, knowing that that's where you typically go. He went and did that, got a report from Dr. Faria that says he is safe to practice, provided that he would be enrolled in a pop-up like consent agreement, or the same standard consent agreement. So a positive recommendation. Also executed a confidential 5-year PAPA contract, all in anticipation that those would be the minimum requirements that you would want for someone to demonstrate safety and fitness to practice, and also as part of the accounting that Mohammed would make for his practice violations that he would attribute to the disease, but nevertheless makes no excuse for. So it's not as if you just waited it out and you don't have to account for the reason you surrendered your license, but in lieu of having accepted the offer back then of a PAPA contract and 5 more years, really what he's done is on his own gone out and changed his life and become stable and secure. And after 3 years, the last 2 of which have been, with documented sobriety, he's really ready to come back and ask you if he can accept effectively that offer from years ago. We had discussion with staff about this, and we thought that instead of just applying, for an intern license or we would appear in front of you as really the first step. I mean, obviously he's taken these other steps to prepare himself for this discussion, but the thought is to appear before you, tell you what his plan is, listen to any other ideas you may have or requests you may have of him. I think obviously Mohammed's here to speak with you about anything that you have questions about. If we do need to get into any sensitive health information, we'd ask that you consider an executive session for confidential information. But as long as we're discussing things in a broader view, then that may not be necessary. Just want to note today, especially because it's been a long day and he's been waiting the whole time, he's supported here today by Sean Duffy from Integrity Pharmacy Consultants. Also provided you some additional letters of support, and And really just here today to ask for the board's consideration that he can finally return to the practice. Turning to the issue, which the answer may already be in hand with my long introduction, but Mohammed's proposal would be, number one, because your rules do discuss the need to reestablish competency if you've been out of practice for more than 1 year. And one way the rules discuss doing that is by intern licensure. In your rule 301, there is a variety of ways you can qualify for an intern license, not only being a graduate or currently enrolled, but the fourth, I had to pull it up on my phone, I apologize, but under rule 301 B4, and all the options in rule 301B are ORs by order of the board if it determines the applicant needs intern training. And just logically, what we know is that you can be an intern and need to be an intern if you've been out of school or practice for a number, or out of practice for a number of years. You're not going to be enrolled in school to be an intern if you've been out of the practice of being a pharmacist, because you've already graduated and become a pharmacist. You've ceased being a pharmacist, and your rules talk about becoming an intern in that context. So I think that tells you what you need to know. You don't have to be enrolled in school. The rules contemplate existing pharmacists who haven't even practiced for a number of years being able to be an intern. And so at least it's our position that intern licensure is available by order of the board if you determine it's a acceptable way to reestablish competence. Another way you can reestablish competence is to retake the NAPLEX. As someone asked me to take the bar exam tomorrow, I would be very scared. Think I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about it. But just to be clear, I think what Mohammed would tell you is whatever it takes, he will do. We feel like the intern route for someone who's been out of school as long as he has made sense. Getting reacclimated to the actual practice of pharmacy, the clinical side of things, at least felt like a more accessible, more practical, more directly applicable way to reestablish his competence. And so really the starter proposal, and this will be my last remarks, and I'll open it up to questions for Mohammed, is that he would be granted an intern license, perform under the supervision that an intern receives 400 hours as an intern to reestablish his competency. And at that point could appear back before the board and would then ask for your consideration to reinstate his pharmacist license under a 5-year PAPA program, which conceivably we would ask for that to be prorated a little bit from the time he started participating in the PAPA program, which is currently happening. And so perhaps less than 5 years from the date you would authorize him to practice. And that would be the standard PAPA contract. And so thank you for your time. Mohammed is here and really hopes you do ask him some questions. I think you will be impressed with his awareness of the severity of his issues, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
From reading these materials, this is not the first time that you've had your license reinstated by this board. Is that correct?
Correct.
When was your license first revoked by the board?
It was 2009, and I did enroll in a PAPA program for 5 years. Started that in 2010 and finished it roughly in 2015.
And then the board reinstated your license at that time?
No, it was reinstated. So it was reinstated like once I started like the PAPA program, and I was able to practice throughout the whole PAPA program. And then the probation was lifted after finishing the 5 years of the PAPA program in 2016.
Okay, so you've been through the PAPA program once.
Correct.
May I ask a question, Ms. Davis? And so then if I understand correctly from the exhibits, you then surrendered your license effective May 2018.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I think it's great that you've gone through treatment programs and have 2 years of documented sobriety, and that's an achievement. I know that addiction is a lifelong disease, and that I'm sure that it's been a very uphill battle, considering you've had multiple problems with controlled substances. I don't know if this is a possibility legally to restrict your license, intern or pharmacist or otherwise, where you would work in a place that wouldn't have controlled substances available to you. So work as a clinical pharmacist, call center pharmacist, prior authorization, any of those kind of places. Is that a possibility?
He could consent to that, yes, if you were willing to do so.
I don't know if it's an interesting idea. I have a unrelated question. When did you enter Papa this current time?
In April, end of April.
What type of pharmacy business do you plan on working in?
To be honest with you, I haven't thought past that step yet. I'm grateful to be in front of you here, and I've made a lot of changes to change my life, not to get my career. I made the changes for me to be well again, and to regain the trust of my family. And then 22 months into, I have 660 days sober today. So almost 22 months. 22 months into it, I wanted to address the fact that I need to get my profession back. So I'll take that as it comes. If the board bless me with the opportunity, I'll take it from there.
The reason I was asking is because I feel like many of the duties and demands on pharmacists have changed over the years. And how do you feel about your coping skills in a high stress, fast paced environment?
Correct. That has entered my mind. What I learned from all this experience is like I honestly would put my sobriety first against anything else, because if I do not have my sobriety, I would lose everything else, and that applies to anything that I do. So I'm very aware of the fact that high stress might affect that, and I would not risk that. So I will deal. I would even seek a part-time job versus like a high-stress environment. I will definitely be very selective, and if I have to select, or if I have the choice, I'll be selective in what environment I work in.
It sounds like you have that thought out, and you have a lot of resources to help you be successful.
Absolutely.
Joe likes to use this analogy about the headline test. And as a board, our mission is to protect the public.
Correct.
Right? So if we were to grant you a pharmacist license for the third time, I think it would need guardrails in place in order to pass the headline test. So we can be shown to be doing our due diligence. So if we were to grant you a pharmacy intern or pharmacist license, I do think some guardrails in place would be important, that you would never be able to be a PIC, that you wouldn't be able to work with controlled substances or always be supervised, something like that. But I don't know what the rest of you guys are thinking, but I would be amenable to using the board's authority to grant you 400 intern license to complete 400 hours, and then maybe at that time come back and see what your progress looks like, talk to, get some statements from the pharmacist that you trained under, and then make a determination about a pharmacist license at that time.
Would you want to restrict the intern license as you had indicated before, a practice setting?
I think it would be a good idea.
And I look at it this way, if he's in the monitoring program, some of that is going to also be, monitoring on the side of safety as well. Even if those things may otherwise be accessible within the confines of the pharmacy, and we will have that additional safeguard of him being in the monitoring program.
I think that we want him to be successful as much as he wants to be successful. So I don't think we should put him around this type of substances, even with monitoring.
So I guess I can make that my motion to grant intern license with the expectation that you'll complete 400 at least hours of intern training with the goal of reinstating your pharmacist license. With the understanding and guardrails that you will find an intern practice site, in which case you're not around controlled substances. And then come back to this board, report on your progress, and then we'll proceed from there. If anyone wants to
And just
second.
clarify that we stay and remain in the PAPA program as part of the stipulation.
Agreed.
Are you going to limit the number of hours that he can work in a week?
I hadn't thought about it, but
What would be the benefit of that?
You have done that in the past when people are in the midst of their recovery, just to help reduce stress and ensure that their reintegration is maybe paced more slowly, so as there isn't the stress and feeling of being overwhelmed. But I'm not saying it's required, but he talked about maybe working part-time.
How much
Would
time?
that- Would that not help to be, would the PAPA program not help advise on that and advise him on that as it goes forward?
No, if there are to be limitations in the number of hours that he can work, that has to come from the board.
How much time is he taking now for his PAPA obligations? 10 hours, 12 hours a week? Does he have a number for me?
I'm sorry, I did not understand.
How many hours a week do you devote to your PAPA obligations?
So there's a 1 hour weekly group setting and 3 hours a week, which I do a lot more than 3 because you're supposed to do 3 AA meetings. In the past, like 4 days, I've done maybe 7 or 8. But I would say like the minimum is 4 up to like maybe 7 hours a week. Or
Thank you.
I feel comfortable with his discretion in choosing the amount of hours because I believe that part-time reference was in response to what I asked about what he would do if he felt like he was overwhelmed, and that seemed to have good insight. That's for me, that's my opinion.
I agree with you.
I agree. Thank you.
okay, we have a motion. I don't remember if we had a second.
I'll second.
Okay.
So this would be a part of a term of probation. He would be granted his intern license, has completed at least 400 hours of training, that he is in a practice where there are no controlled substances. He has to enroll in PAPA for the duration of that. And then when he comes back, if he comes back or when he comes back to seek his license as a pharmacist, there may be, other restrictions or limitations if the board believes it's necessary.
Yes, exactly that.
I do know they're wanting to see CE.
Wasn't that outlined in here about the CE as well?
He's begun taking those CE as in anticipation of that requirement. When he would reappear for a pharmacist license, he will be current on any CE he would have had from the time his license was surrendered till now.
Okay. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? We'll need a roll call.
I'll call that. Miss Davis.
Aye.
Miss Snare.
Aye.
Miss Lehan.
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald.
Aye.
Mr. Tong.
Aye.
And Mr. Leba is recused.
All right, motion carries. Best of luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's go back to 32K Kirk Levinger's request to be granted an intern license in order to complete 400 hours. I think we have a way forward. Does any board member have any other questions or want to make a motion?
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve this intern license so that he can start studying, getting in his hours, so he may reinstate his license.
Accompanying the other
Accompanying the
requirements.
other requirements as outlined. through the
So,
law.
Dr. Ghani, help me with that. That's how many years of fees is it?
It's just one. It's back fees for a pharmacist license is 1+1 renewal. So
Okay.
two renewals.
And then CE catching up from,
Yes, from the time his original,
it's a lot of CE.
yeah.
30 a year approximately,
30 every 2 years.
30 every 2
Two.
years. Okay,
It's a lot. Yeah.
okay.
All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Just a comment, Dr. Ghani, if we could maybe, I would make a motion to approve the intern license on the gentleman before that expired, and he was in 2019 and he going to test, and we talked to him about working and he said he didn't have an intern license, going back and letting him have the same opportunity.
The ones that wanted to retake the NAPLEX for the 5th time.
If they haven't already been a pharmacist, is that something that is allowable?
Yeah, it's so different.
I think it helps so much to be able to put the two together. And if we have the ability to grant it, I think we should. But
I agree as well.
He can work in a pharmacy, just not be an intern.
okay.
Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I think that we have only one more agenda item, which I'm gonna just throw to Mr. Thorwald to take this one because it's yours.
Which one is it?
32M, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding harmonizing rules and statutes between all state regulatory bodies that set standards for training of people and businesses that disseminate, store, distribute, enforce, and administer medication.
Well, that's a lot, but where I'm going with that concept is that, for instance, let's say an assisted living facility, and I use that as an example in the past. How you store drugs in that assisted living facility is, how do I put it, different than you would think of in a hospital or a pharmacy, how it's disseminated, the training levels, what the people need to go through to be recertified or for continuing to do that, what the Board of Pharmacy has, what the nursing board has, what each of the different agencies seem to be different in those things. And there should be harmonization in that. There's something to give you a different example of this in GERC, and this applies to plumbing, and I'll explain how it relates. The state, in their wisdom, did two legislative packages over the years. One for plumbers who install hot water heaters. And they have certain training requirements for the people that do the hot water heaters, certain installation requirements, fees, et cetera, et cetera. Now you have solar people that install solar panels, and they have their own set of rules and training, which are very different than plumbers, but they also install hot water heaters, the exact same hot water heaters that the plumbers do, but they are disconnected. And until they came before GERC, you don't realize that and see those impacts. And to me, it seems like that if you're going to have an effective tool, it needs to be across the board, and agencies need to, and departments and boards and commissions need to coordinate those kinds of things. And I see that all the time in front of GERC, where there really is a disconnect in that communications and how it's controlled, how it's regulated, how it's enforced, what the follow-up is. And if we're going to have a better outcome for patients, a better outcome for quality of life for people, to me, that needs to be better regulated. We have to have that coordination to be more effective in what we do and they do.
What specifically are you looking to harmonize?
What I think is important to harmonize is, and let me go back to this before I say that. I think initially, for instance, the board, medical board, or the board of nursing, DHS, it would be good to have the executive directors of each of those talk to each other to look at what we do in these particular areas. For instance, as I mentioned, the storage of medication or the passing out of drugs to senior citizens, and how that's handled, what the training is associated with that. Because I've seen that they are very different in many cases, and how they're regulated is very different. And again, I go back to, I don't know the specifics for each one, but if each of the entities talk to each other, we should be able to define that and figure out how our rules and their rules can be made more efficient, and if there's legislation that needs to be put into place to do that. And again, by doing that, I feel like there will be a better quality of life, a better outcome for the people that are under these regulations or supported or protected by these regulations.
Maybe I don't understand what you're asking well enough, but can you explain what problem you're trying to solve?
Well, I'm talking in general terms right now because I see that I'll give you an example, and this has to do with medication that's passed out in senior living facilities. There's training for the people that are passing them out, but that training is insignificant by comparison to what a nurse has or what an assistant has, a trainee in a pharmacy or in a doctor's office. But they're giving people shots, or they're giving people medications, many times the wrong medications. They don't even know how to give people proper eye drops. You have people that leaves doors open for pharmacies in the assisted living facilities where they have all their medications stored, not a pharmacy, but equivalent. And that medication, anybody could walk in those doors, do whatever they want. And I've taken photos in different facilities around the state where at different times of day where you can see nobody's there. They're open. They have their wagons they take around and to provide medication. Quite often they're left open where people can get to that medication. Now, if you ask the Board of Nursing, well, they have their own set of standards. Well, we're there part of the time. We regulate it, but we're in those facilities part of the time, not all the time. And so we don't have a day-to-day hands-on regulation of that. If you ask the medical board, we have no clue. We get something, if somebody reports something, we'll investigate. Other than that, we really don't regulate it. Go to DHS, they regulate another part of it. If I ask as a GERC, member of GERC, what each one of these people are doing, what the responsibilities are of any of these different agencies, including this one, boards, commissions, well, we think they do this. We think they might be doing this, but there is no coordination between them to determine what should be in place to have the best outcome. We may have a regulation or a rule or a standard that says this, and the one over here has something totally different that we would jump at and say, gosh, we're going to fine you for this if they were doing that. And the other gets away with that. To me, that is bad government. It's government is missing the reason it's there. The reason a commission or a board is there. We're there to help protect the public. We're there to regulate so bad things don't happen. But if we don't talk to each other and we don't work together to make these things efficient for everybody, you develop these big loopholes where people in need are not taken care of. They're not protected. And what I'm asking is that we, as a board, reach out to the nursing board, the medical board, DHS, and develop a group to look at the different rules and regulations between all of us and come up with a way to better standardize them, harmonize them, to make it our whole process more effective across the board and across the state.
So if I may summarize, Mr. Thorwald, obviously the Board of Pharmacy is a proactive agency where we go to every pharmacy in the state and then look at the security, making sure the drugs are secured, narcotics are secured and allocated and so forth. And I guess monthly, there's a checks and balances regarding that. Other agencies are not proactive and they do it based on complaint. They're complaint driven. So the standards are different. I think at this point right now, I think pharmacy has a higher standard in drug maintenance and drug monitoring and security of such products at a lot higher level than DHS does with assisted living facilities, because doors are probably left open where drugs can be diverted easily. Physicians groups that prescribe and dispense medications out of their office, is counseling being done, is our reconciliations monthly being done for controlled substances, and then checks and balances placed in there. So there's a big blind spot with other agency groups as far as diversion goes. We don't know the extent of it, right, unless there's a complaint filed. We don't know if self-prescribing is done without, just taking medication off the shelf and just using it for whatever purpose. So I think Mr. Thorwald's thing is, I think we need to take pharmacy's model. I'll just brag about ourselves right now. Take our model and maybe incorporate some of those safety parameters into other agencies.
I wish I could be that eloquent. As you all know, I'm not the best speaker in the world. I always wanted to be a great orator, and I have no chance of that. But in addition to that, I would say everybody that has come before GERC and any of those boards, I have asked them to do the same thing and asked them to call CAM to talk to them about this and brought this up as an issue. And I'm continuing to do that. And I'm continuing to ask other boards, including the Board of Nursing, which was just before us, to come back later in this year with specific rules about these kinds of things and potential changes, and to talk to that. I still have DHS. I'm working on that one right now. And I'm not just saying this about pharmacy. I'm also doing this with oil and gas and other things that I'm involved with to make, I want to see Arizona be the preemptive state in all of this, to be able to work together, show that we are doing our best job possible to protect the public and to help business move forward in a way that makes our state grow.
When you've suggested it, do they seem amenable to the idea?
Absolutely. And I've had private discussions with all of them after that about this.
Are we needing to make a motion that a task force be put together, or that you reach out to other boards to see if they're willing to coordinate?
Mr. Thorwald, seems like I don't have a lot of work to do, and I mean, these people reach out. No, it's my pleasure to talk to these other agencies. I think we're starting to build a connection with the nursing. They've reached out to me on other matters, different matters. And we've identified another issue, Ms. Galvin and I, about dispensing dispensers, physicians or nurse practitioners or whatever. And when they abandon a facility, what do you do with the drugs, right? And we seem to be getting involved in that, where we don't even have the authority over these facilities, right? But they're now leaning on us for, what would you guys do? And I know a lot of other states, when you have a dispensing prescriber, a lot of states, the Board of Pharmacy is actually issuing a dispensing license, and they do the proactive thing and inspect them and all that stuff. And that component is missing in Arizona, where that's a big blind spot. That's just one of the examples. There's a whole slew of other examples. I think Mr. Thorwald and I talked about technicians immunizing, where they're trained. And then you have immunizers in physicians' offices that may be MAs and stuff, and they don't nearly have as much training. So there's a disparity on the level of practicing similar things out there.
I also, just to make a statement, my dad was in a short-term care facility, and it felt like the Wild West. It just felt like there weren't rules. I'm sure there were, but it just seems like there's a lot of room for improvement.
One of the other members who were formerly on this board that's on the nursing board was here yesterday, and we were discussing this very thing. And she was way into concurrence with what I was saying, and felt the same way about these kinds of things. And I found that to be true in all of these cases, except nobody's taking that initiative to do that. So I'm trying to make that happen.
Well, if we need a motion, I'll make a motion to proceed with Mr. Dondi reaching out to other boards to start the conversation, possibly put together a task force.
I second that.
That is something we can evaluate depending on the appetite of the other agencies wanting to participate. We can certainly do that. Yeah. Yeah. I think they made a motion in a second, so we'd have to now finish off the vote.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Sounds good. Does anyone have any items they want to be placed on future meeting agendas that they would like to discuss?
I have one. It is repurposing of medications and how that can be promoted by the state legally without promoting an individual company.
That's our donation language, Bill.
Perfect. That is noted. Any others that you guys have? Okay, do we do a call to the public again?
We do.
All right, we'll do a call to the public.
No quota, Roger, you know, it's not one per meeting. It's. Madam Chair, is about a 15 to 20-minute lag of posting. I'm sorry, 22nd. Sorry. After our fallout yesterday from systems crashing. That's still in my head. I think the only public comment I'd like to make, Madam Chair, is you've done a great job first time in the chair. So kudos to you. Well, Madam Chair, I don't see anybody in the waiting room, and I think we've allotted enough time for folks to dial in.
Okay, thank you, everybody, for coming, and I will adjourn this meeting until August.
Thank you.
Joe, thank you, sir. I'm sorry, we should have made that also. Appreciate your time with us.